and to console each other.
Hello. I am sorry, but I must interrupt this show. You know what it is? Hey, Ham Solo. It's time, baby. Low. It's time how we do. Hey. They said we said we hit. They said we said we on. They said we said we strong. They said we said we go. We say that you heard right. 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 They said we said we hit. They said we said we on. They said we said strong. They said we said go. We say that you heard right. We say that you heard right. We say that you heard right. We say that you man. I swear that it's imminent. I've been going so hard on my penmanship. About to go in and buy me a whip. And I pull that shit fresh off the dealership. I can leave you in red like an Xbox. Got me laughing at you like you red fox. Got you chasing Hot Wheels like a matchbox. EA running the game and it don't stop. Super cold like I'm playing for Blizzard. Got you all in my sights like Red Dead Redemption. Never gonna slip on my pimpin'. Better get out my way, bitch. I'm on a mission. Really ain't no competition. I'm steady grilling opposition. I'm get up and ready to win. They can play it how they play, but fuck what you say. I'm getting this money today. Last of us like a dying breed. Down the ride like a noble steed. Fatality moves, I make it bleed. That's on any game, that's on any screen. Shut up and give me your money. They said we so lit. Even if I take an L, we coming back just to show that we don't quit. They said we hit. They said we said we on. They said we said strong. They said we said go.
Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the fourth installment of Everything But Gaming on TSWS. I'm Loke7. Joining me today is the ever-present Mr. Ham Solo, sorting out his camera, and Ausius 007, not to be confused by Bond 007.
1-0. Well, 1-0.
No. Anyways, welcome in, gentlemen.
Cool.
Raichi says hola. Welcome in, Raichi. Appreciate you coming through. Ham, how you doing? And
can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear you.
I'm doing all right. Just kind of kicking it.
Just kicking it.
Yeah, I've got a
Okay.
doctor's appointment for my daughter I got to go to here soon. I look like shit.
We all look like shit. It's fine. That's kind of like, the look
my
of the
daughter
show.
decided to go. My daughter decided to play with my comb, so I don't even know where my fucking comb is to get
That's all
ready.
right.
But other than that, I think I'm fine. Today
Playing any video games over the weekend?
Huh?
Playing any video games over the weekend?
Of course. I've
What
been
specific?
playing video games. Mostly Destiny, just catching back all up on all of that since I haven't played it since 2017.
Okay.
And
You feel like you're missing out?
No, I just wanted something to be able to play with the homies. Not really feel like I'm missing out. If I felt like I was missing out, I'm fucking years late on that one. But
I think that's what I struggle with, like just making peace with knowing that I'm probably not gonna do much in terms of achievement in these always online games, because you have to know life them to get like the top tier skins and weapons, etc.
yeah, I mean, for me, it's more or less I just want to like just beat it all, just to say, oh yeah, I've played it, I've done it and whatnot. And I didn't. And the nice thing in this situation is I didn't have to pay for any of the DLCs and stuff like that because the person I'm game sharing with has all that stuff. So I'm just catching back up off of his dollar, essentially, right? And
very convenient.
and
Very
convenient. It is very convenient because without it, I'd be like, I'm not playing this. I'm not paying for that either because it's like $400 worth of stuff.
Yeah. Mishi, welcome in. Richie got 2,000 gamer score. I feel guilty to have gamed this amount. Yeah, 2,000 that's crazy.
It's moving.
That's a lot of achievements. That is crazy.
Yeah, I think I got like 1,500, and I was gaming all the time, every day. So.
Yo, 2,000? That's crazy. Oshis, how was your weekend? How you doing? What you been playing?
No, weekend was chilled. In terms of what I've been playing, I don't know if you guys have played Rogue City, RoboCop.
Yeah, I own it. It's a good game.
Yeah, so I actually have it on Steam, but I've been having some issues running it on my Rogue Ally, so I decided to actually get it on the actual Xbox series. And yeah, man, that's what I've been jamming all weekend, and in between a little bit of First Descent. Ham? I mean, Loke?
Loke's voice sounds hilarious right now. He sounds like a damn.
Yeah, like I was wondering if it's my sound or it's him.
No, it is
Awesome.
100% him. We can't even hear what you're saying, bud. Like there's no words.
Chipmunks.
Yeah, it sounds like chipmunks. It does. It's not good. You need to figure it out, bud. You're not ready.
Nope.
He's not
Something is up
ready.
there with your setup, bro.
Absolutely. But I have no idea what Look was looking to talk about today, but all I got is games. That's ever on my mind, even though the show is called Everything But Gaming, but I don't give a damn because I'm a gamer. That's what I like to do. But
Yeah.
today just so happens to be my birthday as well, which is kind of nice.
All right. Is it better now?
Look for not even saying
Yeah,
anything.
it's
Is it
working
better?
now. Yeah.
All right. All right. Waiting for Robocop to drop on the Humble Bundle. All right. So before we start the show, I wanted you to be here so we could do something really awkward that I'd like
Oh
to do,
no. Please
so we
don't
could
do
have
that.
it, so we could have it as a channel tradition.
Ah,
So we did it last year. Ham probably forgot, but we did it last year. We're going
I don't
to
like
sing.
we're gonna sing.
We're going to sing "Happy Birthday," and
No.
we're going to sing it all the fucking way. Like I don't care if it's cringe. I really don't care. I don't care.
You don't have like a edgy version of Happy Birthday, do you? Do you have to sing like the
Like
old
to
school
play it.
version? We can't
No, no,
rap it. We can't.
no. Wait, you have a rap version?
Nah, dude. Like I wish I was that
All
cool.
right, all right. We're going with the
Old
classic.
school.
Going
Old
to be
school.
cringe and Ham. You
Happy
better appreciate this.
birthday.
So yeah, let's clap. Yeah, yeah, clapping as well. Let's go. Wait,
Happy birthday.
wait. 1,
Okay.
2, 3, go. Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday,
to
Ham Solo.
Happy birthday to
Day
Ham
to
Solo.
you. Ay. Look,
Happy
look, look.
birthday,
Birthday,
Ham
Ham
Solo.
Solo.
Happy
Happy
birthday to
birthday to
you.
you.
And I'm not done.
Hip,
How
hip.
old are
Oh,
you
shit.
now? How old are you now? And you have to sing
Now,
back, Ham. How
yes.
ancient are you now, Ham Solo? How
How
fucking
old
old are
are
you
you
now?
now?
Shut the
Come on.
fuck up! Do you know what shut the fuck up means?
Please.
All right. You won't participate? I'm not
Uh,
done yet. We wish you many more. We
we
wish
wish you
many
many
more.
more.
We
We
wish
wish
you many
you many
more.
more.
Ham Solo. We
We
wish you
you
many more.
many more.
There we go.
From my
From
heart.
the bottom.
Kiss my ass. Kiss my ass.
Well,
Snap.
Ham, from the bottom of my heart,
Yeah, man.
I wish you many more years of life and good health. I pray I get to chop it up with you until I'm old and gray and I die. And congratulations to you. Hope you have a good one. Hope you have some cake. Hope your wife has a good gift for you waiting. Hope your daughter gives you an extra tight hug. And yeah, whichever one of the gods that you pray to, or if you don't pray to any one of them, I hope that he, she, they, right, shines
them.
a bright light
They-
on your ass specifically today. All right.
Well, I appreciate it, you guys. Thanks for all the
Yeah.
awkwardness and uncomfortable.
No,
songs.
nothing uncomfortable. You want uncomfortable? All right, Ham. No Diddy, right? Right? No Diddy, but I actually love you. No Diddy, but I do love you. All right, maybe some Diddy.
Oh, I love you too,
Some
brother.
Diddy.
Stop it.
But
Stop it
but
with
not
the
all of it.
awkwardness.
Just a little bit of Diddy. Not all the way, just a little
No,
Diddy.
no. What?
Like
You're
a
piece of
Dude,
shit.
sprinkle.
dude.
Like a sprinkle of Diddy. I do love
No, not a drop.
you. That was fun.
You guys are cracking me up.
Yep.
Yeah.
You definitely took it a step further. I appreciate it.
This is the closest I get. Like, what I honestly can't wait for the day that I actually meet you in person. That's going to be one of the happiest days of my life. So
Maybe we could
this-
put like a flyer up for each
For what?
episode that
Uh-huh.
says like a piece of the background here where it says TSWS game, and I can make another thing that like says expedition to Gamescom 2025,
Oh my god.
and just have that like going on the whole time in the background, and just continually whenever we get super chats and whatnot, like
Yeah.
just add it
Make
to
sure everyone
us
knows where
being
it's
able
going.
to meet. No Diddy,
Yeah.
not a
Yeah.
drop.
Man,
That's a
Ham,
goal
why
right
don't you
there.
party with me? Ham, why don't you party with me? Why don't you party with? Did you see that video of Diddy
Yeah.
He was pressuring
Yes,
someone.
I've seen that.
Why don't you party with me, Ham? I want you to party with me, dog.
I'm all set.
If you start calling,
Start calling what?
if you start saying, "Why don't you party with me, Daddy?" then I start to worry.
Whoa.
That's the language your boy was using in that video. But you never party with me.
What? Nah. We're still just playing around. No.
Oh, no Diddy.
No Diddy. No Diddy. Broman says take it from the top. No, dude, just press rewind, brother. Press rewind. It's out there. It's on the internet. It's all there, like for posterity. You can go ahead and enjoy yourself. Knock yourself out, bro. So what I've been playing, I have not quit, but I've taken a slight break from Elden Ring.
No,
The fuck out of here, Ham. I will be back on it tomorrow. All right. But over the weekend, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. I will 100%. Ushers, you weren't on. So Ham does it. I said I'm going. I'm.
Do you understand it if I do it in Matumbo's language?
The fuck out of here. I'm trying to 100%. I want to 100% Elden Ring before the end of the year. Ham Solo says there's no chance that I'll pull it off.
It's possible.
So a little bit of context, right? A little bit of context. I got
I love
Elden
how
Ring.
you said it's possible. Like probably not.
Let me finish the context. God damn it! Guys. Essentially, I'm an OP Elden Ring player. But let me explain why. Oshus, have you played Elden Ring?
Yeah.
All right.
I actually just reinstalled it this weekend as well.
All right. So when I first got Elden Ring, on day one, right? I decided I'm going to play it like every other fantasy game I've ever played in my life, which is bow and arrow the whole way.
Yeah.
Dude, I beat not all the bosses, but I beat a a gigantic chunk of bosses to the point that I ended up fighting Moog. I'm not even talking about the regular Moog. I'm talking about the
Yeah.
Moog in the Blood Palace whatever thing, right?
How far are you? How many hours are you in?
What right now?
Yeah,
Right now I'm over 90 hours, still haven't beaten it.
dude, I know.
Point is, I got extremely far in the game just with a bow and arrow. Literally, just a bow and arrow. And now I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to swallow my pride. I went on the internet and I'm sporting a bleed build. And I'm not rolling everyone, but I've gotten way further than previously. So what I'm saying is that's why I think I'm OP, because any regular player with just a bow and arrow wouldn't even get like halfway as far as I did with just a bow and arrow. Now I'm actually using like proper like swords and shields and whatever, and I'm getting way further in the game. So that's why I think it's possible for me to get the 100%. So with that extra context, do you think I can get the 100% on Elden Ring inside the year 2024?
Jeez, I would have to look at the completion stats, eh?
That's a no.
Wait, you
Just say
want to
no.
see how far? Wait, do you want to see how far I am in the completion stats? Is that what you want to see?
No, not you, but like
No.
I just want to know how many players actually get 100% in that game. That's like 100% in Elden Ring. Like 100% is like not just finish the game, but like finish the game and unlock everything.
Yeah.
Nah, I'll be honest with you. You look, I don't know. Who's
Dude.
done it? Like I want to see the crazy people that have done it, and then I'll tell you.
All right, fine. Hold on. I'm opening my Steam right now so we can look at the stats live. It shows percentages for achievements and whatever.
Come on, guys, don't be mad about that. Come on, guys.
TJ, buenos dias. Catch you guys another time. Planes about to go. Safe trips, happy travels, TJ. Matthew, why is Wisconsin beating Nebraska in the background? Thumbs down. Yeah.
Come on, cuz, relax.
I can see that
It's
being
a
a problem.
video game. It ain't
I can see that being
real.
a problem, Matthew. I can see it. So happy we're talking about gaming. We're going to talk about gaming, but also a whole lot of other stuff, as you saw on the thumbnail. Anyways, but let's get this Elden Ring thing squared away, because
Dude, who cares about your Elden Ring crap?
I'm talking to
You're
Oshes,
not gonna 100% it before the end of the year. You're gonna be talking about 100% in it till the end of the year, but you're not gonna. You're gonna be close, and you're not gonna get it. I tell you, you need another 6 months.
So now I'm gonna be close.
I told you need another 6 months. Well, close for you is like 6 or 7 achievements away.
All right, so Oshes, here's where we're at right now.
Yeah.
Okay, there's 42 achievements. I've got 26 so far.
Okay, so
And
you're talking about not? Are you talking about like unlocking all the achievements or 100%ing the game?
100%ing is unlocking all the achievements, bro.
Yeah, he's talking about just 100%
Does
and getting all the achievements. He's just talking about
yeah,
achievements.
because like getting all the because I know games that like you can get all the achievements, but there's still things that you might miss. I don't know
Sure,
if
but
it's one
that's
of
not
those
what he's
games.
talking
Yeah.
about. He's just
No,
talking
I'm talking about
100%.
achievements.
Oh, just getting all the achievements. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, so that's possible, but even then, I still would have to look at like what the percentage of, because these are hard games. So what is, I think it's like 7% of the people actually complete all the achievements and unlock all the achievements.
Okay, hold
Look,
on.
you're not gonna do it. Let's move on.
Let's see the percentages. Hold on. So these are my achievements. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It doesn't show you the percentage of like achievements that people have gotten. Oh, okay. So you see here 73, 78. The percentage keeps lowering. Like this one, for example. This one I
Yeah.
followed a guide to get legendary sorceries and incantations. I went on YouTube and I was like, bruh, how do I get this achievement? There was this guy who had like a 20-minute video. I had to beat some pesky enemies, but eventually I did get all the legendary sorceries and incantations. So I think I can do the rest of these god slaying armament, legendary armament. I can do these. I think I can do this. Oshus, come on. I'm at 60. I'm at 61%. I'm
Man,
past.
this man's campaign bus won't stop.
Huh? Oshus,
Yeah.
you still doubt that I can do this?
Yeah, dude, like the odds are not in your favor,
Just tell him
unfortunately.
that he can't do it, so he gets more
Like
energy and tries.
The odds are
like I
not in my favor.
mean, yeah, like most people that even finish the game, they've got like a 70 to 80% trophy or achievement completion. So yeah, the odds are not great, eh?
All right. Sour Blow, welcome in.
But you're welcome
Fight.
to try. Give it a shot. Let's see. We'll we'll keep a scoreboard for you.
You guys don't believe me. You know what? At least Cozy and Yobi have faith. Elden Ring has
Nah, I don't
consumed
have
this
any
man's
faith.
life
This
until I
isn't like
100.
God of War though. Like
What?
this isn't like God of War where you can just like get all the platinums in a weekend or in a week or something like that. Though.
And lower the difficulty. Fuck, Elden Ring is hard, dude. Like people can give you the builds and all that other stuff. They
Yeah.
can tell you where to go, but fuck, it's hard. Elden Ring is so fucking hard, bro.
It's a lot of work. Like I just don't think you have enough hours to because a lot of the people that get to that level, look, they just play Elden Ring. That's all they do.
Dude, you
It's
saw
the
how many hours I
entire.
got there? I got 95 hours, bro.
How long have you had the game?
95. Sorry?
How long have you had the game?
I've had it for a couple of years now.
So that's like the dude. Like those guys are like looking at like thousands of hours, like since the game released. So
Thousands of hours to get to the 100%. Fuck that. No, those guys, I think a lot of those guys are doing it without guides. I'm using guides. I don't give a fuck. I'm being
yeah,
honest about it. I'm going online. I'm picking one achievement, and then one guy. There's this one guy, something cowboy, cowboy something. He's like, bro, go left, go right, beat this boss, and then that's where I'm like, oh fuck, I have to beat this guy, you know. But other than that, it's still very hard. It's still very
I
hard.
I
Most
think
Game
you
Pass
make 80% at best.
by the end of the year.
By the end of the year, I think you can do 80%.
Okay. Rachie says most of the games he finishes are below 50%. Yeah, that's true. That's true. He is down bad like me looking at the Last Descendant summer skin pack. But we're down bad for
Yeah.
two different reasons. All right. Two very different reasons. Technically, you're not down. You know what? Never mind. I'm not crazy enough to chase feathers in Assassin's Creed. There's another. You know what? I think I'm gonna do that one after 100% Elden Ring, because I always talk about like Assassin's Creed is one of my favorite franchises. At least the first three. The Ezio trilogy. I think I'm gonna get. I think I'm gonna get the 100% for these ones. You don't get 100%, you're gonna have to choose between that and this podcast, No Time for Ball. Actually, Matthew,
That is true.
I actually I have a tactic for
Facts.
this. Sorry?
I was just saying facts. He's right.
No, I do have a tactic for it though. I do have a tactic for it. What I do is on on the days that we have the podcast, I play at least 1 hour. Because a lot of Elden Ring, in my opinion, has to do with muscle memory. You need to maintain that rhythm of your
Mhm.
reach versus the enemies. And especially if you're grinding a boss. If you're grinding a boss, you need to not forget the patterns. You know, sometimes
Yep.
I can take a week to beat a boss, but the idea is to keep the rhythm going. So you don't have to play the whole 6 hours of Elden Ring and beat the boss. You can divvy it up. On Monday, you put in 1 hour because you have the podcast. On Tuesday, there's no podcast, so I'll put in 2 or 3 hours on Elden Ring. On Wednesday, I'll go back to 1 hour. You see what I'm talking about, Ushers? By
Yeah.
Friday or Saturday, I'm popping one achievement because I beat one of these crazy bosses. You know? That's what I did with Moog. So I don't see it being a problem, a hindrance for the podcast. But yeah, that's my current tactic with Elden Ring. That's my journey. I think I can do this. I think I can do it.
I don't know. Good luck, comrade.
Comrade,
Good luck.
appreciate you, man.
We
Appreciate
will
you.
see you on the other side.
So let's get into the topics. Ham, you're muted. You're muted, bro.
Speaking of seeing you on the other side, I gotta go to my doctor's appointment or my daughter's doctor's appointment now. I'll be back
All right.
after we're done with that, and I'll hop back on with you guys. Rain,
All right,
come say
awesome.
hi. See you in the background, you butthead.
Hello. He looks excited to be
You
on
guys
the
here?
net. No.
Say hello.
Hi.
Hi. Did you
Hi.
sing happy birthday to your dad?
Wait, it's Daddy's birthday?
Yeah. How about that?
Oh my god.
All right, you guys. All right.
Later, bro. Don't
This
cancel
is
the
worse.
Don't cancel the
Cheers.
stream. You leave, but don't cancel the stream. Don't you dare, Ham.
Oh no,
Oh yeah.
I'm out.
Oh,
Snap.
yeah. Future of gaming
Yeah,
right
man.
there for sure. I'm going to the doctor. Best birthday ever. Bro says, damn. Yeah, rip Ham. His daughter didn't even know his birthday. That sucks. Yeah, happy birthday to the cuz. Happy birthday to him. Oshus. So the news, right? The news. Let's get to the news.
What's in the news?
All right. So the news that we're going to start with started on Twitter, actually. It started on Twitter. Hold on, let me. All right, there we go.
X?
So, bruh, it's Twitter until I die. I don't care. I don't even care.
Yes.
So our friend, okay, not our friend, but at Minute Nerd News, right, said Nerdrotic is a piece of doo-doo that we've allowed to operate amongst us for far too long. I don't know what the implications are of allowing to operate. Like,
yeah, like you've got power to change it.
technically, we all have power, Ushers. Even Minute News. I mean, because of what Minute News posted, this is the headline for today. So technically, we all have power. But let's get into it. So they made a thread. Before I focus my attention solely on this garbage, let us first focus our attention on the explanation of what it is he and his little grifter friends do, explained by one of them. All right. Oh, the grifters. Let's go. The grifters.
Welcome to every Welcome to every video we make. We use one little thing and then we build the narrative out of it. Don't act like that's not what we do.
I don't build a narrative.
You're
I
an
give my
absolute
opinion.
fucking.
You are
What we do. You've made the same fucking video on the same topic at least 7 times a week, Ryan. And you're gonna act like we don't do that. I talk about I talk about this one fucking thing and we make a whole video out of it. That's what we do. Welcome to every video we make.
Ushers, is this grifting? Is this grifting?
Yeah, you know, like these guys, a lot of it is. But some of it is not. Like some of these guys, like, what's up, Seppo?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, some of these guys are cool, man. Like, I mean, like, I like Ryan. I think Ryan is cool. He's he's level-headed. But some of these guys I can't really stand. Like the bold British guy, he kind of annoys the crap out of me. D-Day Cobra as well. Sorry, what's that?
You don't like this guy?
Nah, I don't like Eric July's sidekick is not a fave of mine.
Which one is Eric July's sidekick? Which one?
It's the bold dude, the bold British guy.
Oh, this
They
one.
they do like some, what they call it, the real BBC podcast and some bullshit like that.
Okay,
Um,
okay.
I just don't like the way that they approach things, man. Like it's they very sort of, they play into their audience because they know what their audience is sort of like looking for, and that's to hate everything that is, progressive, or that even remotely leans progressive in entertainment. They're just gonna break it down, and they have just one approach to everything. They sort of just attack the moment. I really do think a lot of these guys, if it's the same like ish that I've been accused of, that if it has a black female or it has a non-straight female or whatever, sorry, a non-straight person in the lead, they will attack it by default before they even give it a chance, or regardless whether it's Disney or. So I have mixed feelings. I used to follow a lot of these guys. I used to watch a lot of their content, but as this guy is saying, they drum over the same stuff over and over and over again, to the point of like, okay, guys, why don't you just focus on shit that you like for once? Talk about things that you want to watch. Talk about shows that you care about. Every single damn time they get together, they're gonna go on for hours about how much they hate Disney. And I can literally play you the script in terms of what the discussion is gonna be.
But Oshas, when you
Yeah.
say go and watch something you like or go and talk about something you like, Oshas,
Mhm.
I'll use myself as an example.
Yep.
I love me some Metal Gear. If they woke up tomorrow
Mhm.
and decided to, in my opinion, tarnish and take a dump over everything that Metal Gear stands for and is,
Mm.
and Solid Snake and Liquid Snake and Solidus and Big Boss and Boss, etc., 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 right? And they started doing movies, TV shows, video
Yep.
games, where the whole time it was about fuck. And like the actors, the voice actors, the video game designer, everyone, right, is sitting there talking about, we came here to finally make Metal Gear acceptable by
To the
black
masses.
people,
Yeah.
by women, by
Yeah.
whatever. I would be furious. And I would dedicate the next 10 years of my life, right? That they would take the 10 years to make awesome stuff, in their opinion, right? I would dedicate the 10 years of my life to rebuke and ridicule and take a
Yeah.
shit on whatever it is they're doing.
That's one way to do it.
No, it's not about, it's one way to do it. All right.
Mhm.
The thing is, I don't know these guys from like when things were good with Marvel and
The
stuff. I
channels
don't
were
know.
far smaller. Like before the
No,
whole
that's
sort
not
of
the
like
point.
outrage.
That's
Yeah.
not the point. That's not the point. The
Yeah.
point is, if you go back and you watch their channels,
Mhm.
when things were good with Marvel, were they shitting on it? Or were they sitting there talking about this is
Ah, dude.
awesome? They're doing
No,
exactly what we wanted with the source from the source material, etc., etc., etc. Is that what was
like
happening? Because
not
if,
really. Like
what happened was things
mhm.
were good with Marvel and their
Yeah.
movies and whatever, and these guys were sitting there and applauding it, and then things went to crap, and these guys are criticizing it, then I don't know what to say. Like it doesn't feel like they're grifting. It feels like they are the gatekeepers that every single industry or medium needs. Because you need people to keep the standard up, dude. You need it. You need them. Sorry, if that's who they really are.
Is that Chris Gore there in the background, like the guy in the blue? Because I know he's like a legit actual film guy. He does like small movies and stuff like that.
Which
And I
one?
just
This one?
wanted, yeah, is that not Chris Gore?
I don't know. I don't know who Chris
Looks like
Gore is.
him. Oh, Chris, you should Google him. He's pretty cool. He's also now become part of like this circle with these guys. Look,
So now tell me this. Tell me this. If these
mhm.
guys are so crazy, if they're
I
so
don't think
out
they're
of
crazy though.
if they're so
Like,
out of touch,
yeah.
if what they're doing is so wrong, Ushers,
Mhm.
why, like you said, people like this Chris Gore that you say is a reputable person, why is he aligning himself with them? Because this guy
No,
doesn't look
because
like a random. He doesn't look like a random old guy. No offense to other random old guys.
like a lot of these guys, for
From
instance,
what
again, like
you
this,
briefly said,
yeah.
this seems like someone who's in the industry.
Yes, yeah, no, he's definitely in the industry. He did a lot of independent small movies, and he attended all those festivals, like all those award festivals where like they screen movies first. So a lot of these guys, like for instance, even the Critical Drinker, he's an actual author. He's written, a lot of. It's questionable whether or not his stuff is good, but he's written an actual book. So a lot of these guys actually did a lot of stuff, like the Nedrotic himself. He's a comic book guy. He used to own a comic book shop. So a lot of them, in terms of like, yes, you're right, they are in a position to gatekeep. And for the longest time, I had no problem with their gatekeeping. The issue comes in when it's just, at what point in time do we just change it up a little bit? At what point in time are we just going to bitch, moan, and complain? It's every single you do 4 hour streams. Like I complain about Xbox a lot, but I can't complain about Xbox for 4 hours, bro. At some point in time, and another thing what I don't like about them, Luke, is the fact that then the politics come in, where like they sort of then always put like a political slant on it, like, and then they do a lot of like dodgy sort of like stuff that I would label borderline racist because they can get away with it, or sexist because they can get away with it. They do the same thing that I will say the progressives do. They belittle the other side or people that think differently to them without actually challenging them to a discussion. And to me, I just think that's pointless, because all you end up doing is just pointing fingers and laughing at each other, and nothing gets resolved. We don't get anywhere. So I do agree with you. They are the original
It would seem that
gatekeepers
they're
of
getting somewhere.
YouTube. Yeah.
Usher, it would seem that they're getting somewhere.
Why would you
Because
say that?
you've got guys like this Cal guy that you said is someone that's reputable in Hollywood.
Yeah.
You've got actual actors and actresses coming out and talking crap about these guys specifically.
Yep.
Ushers,
Yep. I remember that.
Ushers, if you're not doing anything, if you're not getting anything done, ain't nobody talking about you.
100%. Agreed.
Ain't nobody talking about you.
Yeah.
These
Like
guys
I
are not
don't
irrelevant.
disagree.
You can
Yeah.
disagree with them, but I need you to, starting today, don't ever say what you just said just now.
What did I
Don't say
say?
it again, because you're embarrassing yourself,
Oh, how am
because
I
it's not
embarrassing
true.
myself?
Don't say they're not getting anything done,
No, they're
because
not. They're not getting it.
they objectively
No.
are, bro.
No, like okay, in what way? Explain to me what they're getting done. Have they changed anything that they've complained about?
Yes,
Okay, what have they
I
changed?
think the thing is, I can't prove it, obviously. I can't
I
prove it,
wish Taye
obviously.
was here, because this is more Taye's argument, because he's very progressive. He's very pro this
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, yeah.
Um
I'm more centrist. But anyway, uh, I think these guys, uh, they're getting people to pay attention.
yes, no, I
When people
agree with you. Yeah.
when people turn on Disney Plus, they're not just like, oh, let me switch off my mind and watch the next Star Wars thing. Now they're watching and they're like, oh, that's dumb. Oh, that makes no sense. No, but I'm enjoying Acolyte. And then you watch one of these guys' shows, and then the guy's like, yeah, but they say this in episode 6, but if you go back to episode 2, that's bullshit. It
Okay.
doesn't. Oh, okay. Then you go back and check. You're like, oh shit. And you can sit there and be like, but is it really a problem if you need a YouTuber to point it out? Oshes, if you go on YouTube right now and
Mhm.
you check on Elden Ring lore, there are millions of hours of people pouring over and sharing the metric ton of lore and stories within the Elden Ring universe.
Yeah,
Some
I
people
agree.
point out some fallacies. Some people then correct them and say, no, 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 you're wrong because of this, because of that. Do you understand? But the media is so good, it still stands on its own. despite all these little disagreements between the people that are enjoying it or consuming it, if your media cannot survive people discussing it and breaking it down, what does that say about your media?
No, absolutely, I agree. And to add to your point, they are a result of the mainstream media, your IGNs, your GameSpots,
Leave
and all
IGN out
these
of this.
places.
Leave
Um,
IGN
I
out
will
of this.
drag IGN kicking and screaming into this
God
because
damn it.
what happened is those guys all hired a bunch of progressive activist type people as their guys. And it went from guys discussing games to all of a sudden now we're focusing on like terms that I've never heard of before, like toxicity, masculine toxicity in games, and then fast forward a little bit later, then you had Anita Sarkeesian coming in there. But what happened was the gaming media turned against the gamer, and then that's when you started having gaming outlets coming outright calling us entitled as gamers, calling us neckbeards and all these funny things, and somehow that ended up
Neckbeards. Did you say neckbeard?
yeah, that's most the word. It's like Nick Beers, all these titles that came with the internet. But at the end of the day, that ended up becoming a title that was labeled squarely at like, especially if you are a Caucasian or you're a white male gamer of a certain demographic in America. That then became the title that the gaming media like literally just othered that entire demographic, which is the largest demographic. And then that's when these guys then sort of stepped in, and I completely support what they were doing and pushing back against the media. But the media started that by not having a balanced platform where, like, for instance, you and I are chatting now, Luke. You are maybe a centrist or a person on the other side. These guys all believe the same thing. They all refuse to talk about like Hogwarts Legacy when it was released because of J.K. Rowling. They all took stances, and they are also going to like, and they also take political stances around figures like things that are not in gaming, like Trump and whatever. I'm like, no, why do you guys want to other a potential market or segment of your market? And then this is where these guys came in, they filled in the void. And to your point, I agree with you. A lot of what they did a lot of good, but there's a lot of negativity there. Like what Taye talks about a lot. Like there's a lot of low-key racists, people that just hate any sort of person that doesn't look like them being, represented in media or seeing them in media. And a lot of them hide in those circles. So
Yeah,
my thing
yeah.
is that like they don't do enough to sort of like detract. And again, I suppose that's how they protect their businesses by not going after their customers. But I don't feel that they do enough to sort of distance themselves from that sort of language to say, whoa, as much as we're for this, we're not for that. They sort of say, everyone, come on, get on, let's all go. Um,
Yeah,
and I have a
yeah.
little bit of a problem with that, like because there's a lot of bad actors, as people say, that are hiding in the midst of these guys. People that are
Mm.
really, really malicious and racist or sexist or have a problem against people's sexualities and stuff like that.
Okay. Raichi, I wanna address Raichi's point here. It says Kylo Ren traveling half the galaxy in less than a day on a abandoned 30-year-old TIE fighter without any pressurization suit and oxygen. Death skull emoji. You know what the truth that really hurts for a lot of people to accept. I also had to swallow this pill because I used to fall into this group of it's bad because they built it wrong. And all this has to do with like the politics or whatever, but it's not true, because if you go out there and search, there's lots of these little holes that you can
Mhm.
poke into the original Star Wars movies. You
Yep.
can do the same thing for the MCU, uh, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Even when they were at their peak with the Infinity Saga and whatever, there's lots of holes you can poke in there, and people have poked holes in them. The problem is that your product is not good enough to where people can overlook the holes. That's the big problem. So when you talk about hiring activists or whatever, ushers, I have I disagree with you on that one. Let them
Okay.
hire activists. Let them hire people with agendas, because everyone has always had an agenda. Don't think that movies in the 90s didn't have an agenda. Movies in the 80s, they all had an agenda. Everyone since the existence of time has always had an agenda. All right. The problem is that they need to hire activists that have talent, that know how to make a good movie. It is possible to make a good movie and insert activist agenda in there. That is my argument. I don't think the problem was Kylo Ren doing all of this without a pressurized suit or oxygen. That's not the problem. The problem is when you look at the movie, when you look at the trilogy itself, it's shit. Remove all the politics. Remove the politics. Just watch the movies with no context, with no extra information about all this. Oh, Daisy. Oh, the what's it? The Force is female. Kathleen Kennedy. Remove all of that. Watch those movies. They are subpar. And that's the crux. That's the real problem here. Forget all of this stuff about
But
females or
isn't
not.
yeah. But isn't the whole thing that activists are hacks in the first place? They're
Right?
not artists. Like, isn't that the whole point? Is that a lot of these activists are activists first? Like, the problem with activists is that everything is about the message, everything else is secondary. So it's people that are focused not on creating art, but on creating or to sort of like to spread a specific narrative. You bring them in because you say to them, listen, we're trying, basically you're running a campaign, and this campaign is to get everybody aware about this is why we bring you on. And
Okay.
my
Yeah,
problem,
yeah. I hear
so
you.
that's my problem with activists.
Yeah.
But going back to your point about activists, but you can still have, if you're like a platform like IGN, you could still have people on both sides of the aisle. Like if we go back to that girl, who was that Frost girl that had all that backlash from PlayStation gamers.
If
If
you
you go
don't
back,
like it, don't
yes,
watch it. No
her.
one watch it.
So now you've got all these other three cucks sitting there with her, and they're all smiling and they're clapping. You telling me not one guy? Yeah, you remember that? Go Frost, and I'm
I,
like, bro,
I
not one of
remember.
you is like, hold up. Can
Pause.
I call you out
Pause.
on that so we can have
Ah,
a back and forth on our platform? Do you understand how good for the platform that is? And the problem with these guys, all of them agree on everything. They sit there and they all agree on everything, and I'm like, that's an echo chamber. Like we're all just here tapping each other in the back. Yeah. We all hated it. Okay, cool. Now what? Like, can we talk about actually stuff that
no.
Okay,
See,
maybe I liked it, or maybe
and this
I.
is why, ushers, and this is why these guys, in my opinion, have tapped into something that's pissing a lot of people off. Because, like you said, you have two echo chambers.
Yep,
You have G4 TV. Was it G4 TV?
it was G4 TV. Yeah.
You have G4 TV in their echo chamber saying,
Yep.
if you don't like it, don't watch it.
Yep.
Right? And then you have these guys in their echo chamber, these guys over here in their echo chamber saying everything woke is horrible.
Yeah.
And people
Everything
are
in Hollywood is woke and horrible. That's
and
basically what they say.
people are watching ushers. People agree with them.
Yeah. Well,
You can
a segment
disagree.
of the
You can
population agrees.
disagree. You can disagree with their allegiances, with their delivery. You can disagree with
Yeah.
all of that. But the heart of the message they're delivering to the masses, people are taking it on board because
No,
there's
and
truth
that's
in
good. Yeah, absolutely. But I just wish we were not in this environment where you cannot get people that are, and I suppose it's America and it's how it is now. Like back in the day, look, like you didn't have this thing of like, we didn't even know what the difference was between a Republican or a Democrat, or we just knew that they were Americans. That's all we knew. Like, because of how
Yeah,
things worked back
yeah,
then. Like,
yeah.
people were neutral. Like, you would always have two sides. You would have a southern guy and you would have a guy from the north or whatever, but you would always have neutral perspectives. Even in movies, like you would have an older guy. They always did a very good job in terms of balancing that out. Isn't that the same format that your boy was? What's your boy's name?
My
Your
boy
club Sheshe. Who's that dude?
Shannon Sharp.
Shannon Sharp and that other white dude. Isn't that what they were doing?
Bayless.
You
Skip
had
Bayless,
like
yeah.
you had that sort of dynamic, and that was how you did sort of
And it was an awesome
commentary.
show. It was
Yeah,
an awesome show. As soon
exactly.
as soon as Shannon left, I stopped watching Undisputed. I'm being honest. I stopped watching Undisputed. And then, oh, that's what you meant by champions don't change. All right, Sour Blow. I see what you did there. All right. All right. Well played. Going back to the Undisputed thing, Oshers. As soon as Shannon Sharp left, I stopped
Yeah.
watching Undisputed. But I also didn't go and watch Club Shay with Shannon Sharp and his friend, what's his face? Ocho. I think it's Ocho.
The guy
I
that
didn't go
passed
watch
away.
that because no, he didn't pass away. Did he pass away?
Who's wasn't there an Ocho? Like, I'm not good at sports, so especially American sport.
All right.
There was a dude that was Ocho that was not like who was part of this crew here. He's the one that brought on Zack Snyder.
Point is
Yeah.
to your point about balance and
Yeah.
why it's important. When Shannon Sharp left, I stopped watching Undisputed, but I also didn't go watch. Well, I did go and watch 1 or 2 episodes of Shannon's show, but then I noticed that it was just another echo chamber, which for me is like, I don't need to see that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now I watch what is it called? First take. No, not first take. First things first, because there's more balance. There's more balance, and I feel that in media you need the same thing.
Yep.
Whether it's in movies, comic books, even podcasting or whatever, you need to have balance. So I let you say everything that you said there. Now I'm gonna throw a reverse Uno card at you.
Okay.
Ushers, I've actually watched 5 episodes of Friday Night Tights. I actually took the time to watch those long. Well, I didn't watch, but I listened to those long ass motherfucking podcasts. They are long as fuck.
They are.
But I'll tell you something. I'd rather listen to those podcasts while grinding Elden Ring than watch The Acolyte.
Agreed.
I didn't cringe.
Yeah.
I laughed at a couple of points. And I will tell you this, Oshus, it's actually not an echo chamber. These motherfuckers disagree a lot, including in this video that we just saw here, where D-Day Cobra, right, is calling out, what's his face?
Ryan Kinnell.
He's calling out this guy, Ryan, and Nerdrotic is laughing at both of them like, yo, oh my God. There's back and forth here. This is not an echo chamber. You know what the problem is? You know why people accuse them of having an echo chamber? Is because they agree on the main points. They agree on the main points.
Well, they're on the same side of the the spectrum.
But like everything else, there's nuances to every discussion. Like me and you, we agree on the main point that these guys are a necessary evil that came in to fill a hole that the media vacated when they started treating us like their adversary.
100%. Like, look, this is the thing, right? This is why.
Hold on, you agree on that global point,
but
we argue over the minutia. Do you
don't.
understand?
You know what I don't like, Luke, is whenever they make a comment and I go into the, like, for instance, let's say on their Twitter or on their, and this is how they speak, this is how they make jokes. There's always something there that is one of those sort of like halfway to being, especially the racist shit. I don't like the racist undertone stuff that they do a lot of. I'm not a fan of that sort of humor, especially if it's from a bunch of people that are not even from said group or said culture, and they're just playing on stereotypes.
I made a joke the other day about Assassin's Creed Shadow.
Yeah,
and I said they called. You were there actually. We were on the same podcast. I said they called it Assassin's Creed Shadow because there's a black guy as the protagonist, and you laughed your ass off.
But the thing is, you're me and both you and I are black, so you can make that joke and it's chill. Like, it's fine. It's not that we're making it at the expense of another group.
Come on, dude. Funny is
these
funny.
guys. No, funny is funny, but like at some point in time, if you are the only black guy sitting there, at some point in time you're gonna be sitting like,
don't tell me you fall into this hole.
Nah,
don't tell me you fall into this hole. If
Of
you're
what?
if you're white, you can't make jokes about black people.
No,
If you're
no, no, no,
black,
no, no, no,
you can't
no.
make
Now,
jokes
now,
about
now
white
you're
people.
making it a little bit more
You're,
general.
if
I'm
you're a
saying,
woman, you can't make a joke about guys. If
okay,
you're a
let
guy,
me put
you can't make a joke about women. If you're a
no,
straight guy, you can't make jokes about not straight guys. If you're
no,
a
no, no.
tall
That's not
guy,
what I'm saying.
then we have to assume that you can't make a joke about short guys. If you're a short guy, then you also can't make jokes about tall guys. Do you understand where this can
No,
go?
no, no,
Come
no,
on.
no. My problem with that is very simple. Is that if you're the only, let's say you are the only black guy sitting with those, chilling with these dudes here, they look like a bunch of nice guys. But and this is why I always look at Eric July and I sometimes just like snigger a little bit because of the fact that like a lot of these jokes are very, very like it's never at like a white dude's expense. It's always,
Are you
the
serious?
other. Yeah,
All
like
right,
I
so now
really
you're
do
gonna
feel
force
like
me.
that.
Now you're gonna force me to go back because I remember a couple of jokes at
Yeah.
their
And
expense
and
and
my
at
thing
the
is,
expense. Hold on, let me finish.
yeah.
At the expense of their race as well. I remember
No,
a
no,
couple of
not
those jokes.
not
Now you're
I
gonna
hope
make me go back.
yes.
Hold on, now you're gonna make me go back,
Yeah.
rewatch or re-listen to those episodes just so I can bookmark and send it to you. Is that what you want,
Please.
Oshis?
So this is my thing, right? And again,
I
it's got
answer
nothing
my
to
question.
do.
Is that what you want?
Yes, you can do that. But
Jesus.
then like
You
I
giving me this word.
before you do that,
I
I just want to give you context in why I'm saying that or why I'm bringing that up specifically. Is because of the fact that if you're the like dude, like if they make jokes about other white dudes, it will be progressive white dudes or Democrat white dudes. They will never take, like, for instance, the piss out of Trump. They will never make fun of anything that's within their circle of interest. It's always at the expense of the other. And it's very similar to how the progressives work. It's always at the expense of the other. It's never a matter of like we are laughing, but we're laughing together. So I always like, I'll be watching this thing and I'll be like, oh, yeah, that's a funny joke, but if I was a black dude sitting there, I'd be like, yeah, guys, this is a good time, but I feel like this is a good time on us, on the group that is othered, and none of you guys, like, we're not making fun of any of you guys. Why not?
okay. So first make fun of white people and then you can make fun of black people.
No, I'm saying let's make fun of, if we're having fun and we're laughing,
Yes.
can we then keep it 100 and make fun of some of the shit that you guys care about too?
Yeah, Oshis.
They don't make like
I was
find me.
supposed to have a tally. I was supposed to have a
So
tally
so
of like
so look, go do this.
6 jokes for black people, and
Okay.
there's been five jokes for white people. So now until we have exactly 6 jokes for white people,
Yes.
no more jokes
Go
about
do
black
this.
people on the
Go do
podcast.
this,
Is that
Go do this. If you want to go look for something, go look for anything where they make fun of any sort of conservative or right-leaning things, whether it's politics. Go find me. They make fun of everything that's progressive, or that's adjacent to being progressive. Go find me a podcast where they're just going after shit, like they're going after Trump, they're going after all the stupid shit that conservatives or Republicans do. Go find me a podcast where they do that, because they do
in
every single
movies or
podcast.
video games or whatever?
Yeah, yeah, every like any of them. Go find
All
whether
right,
it's like Friday
all right.
Night Tights, the real
Because that's my
BBC.
interest. Hold on. Because
That's
that's
my
my interest.
yeah.
I'm not really like super stressed about politics that much unless someone's getting shot. All right.
Yeah.
I'm not really super stressed about that, but I will do that homework. I will do that homework.
And
Sablo, I'm with Luke. Back in school, we made fun of each other. Funny is funny. Now everything's offensive. Thank you. Thank you.
and that's and that's the
And if you
thing.
can't make fun because you're not in that group, essentially, right? I'm gonna boil it down to the final consequence. You can't make fun of me unless you are me. So now no more making fun of anything.
No, but like no one is saying that. Like you know what? Again, I'll give you another example. Will they, if a comedian is
Because
funny
you
and
can't
they're
quantify
progressive?
what you're saying, Oshus. You can't
No, like
quantify.
listen,
You
if a
cannot
comedian is
show me.
progressive,
Because hold on. Because you
yeah,
cannot show me these guys have made 93 jokes about black people and
no.
6 jokes about white people. The fuck?
Again, what you
What are
what
we
no no
doing?
no 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 no. But what you're doing is you're quantifying something that can't be quantified. What I'm
I'm saying if you're
saying
making an
is that
accusation. No, Oshus. I'm
yes,
saying if you're
yeah.
making an accusation, you
Okay, what
must
is
have
my accusation?
some substance to your
What-
accusation.
So what is my accusation?
Your accusation is that these guys make fun of black people.
No,
And-
but I
and
said
therefore they're
no.
racist.
I was very specific. I said they are very big on making fun of the other, not necessarily black, not anything that they deem as other. They're very big on making fun of other. That's all they do. And I said, go find me an example on any of their show, whether it's the real BBC, Friday Night Tights, where they
Osher.
make fun of the things they care about. They don't do that at all.
All right.
I'm not saying
All
they
right.
can't make fun of all the other
I
stuff.
care-
They
care
don't
about-
make fun of anything that is within their circle of interest. And to me,
Osher.
that's a little bit weird to me. I'm
Osher.
sorry. Like,
Oshers,
yeah.
I'm an African. I don't make that much fun of Africa. I don't. If anyone was to go and check every single video that I've ever made, I think like 5% of my jokes are at the expense of the African people. Does that now mean that I should not be speaking on other people or making jokes on Americans, South Americans, Europeans, Asians, etc.? Is that your point? Or can this only be applied
No.
to these guys because they're white?
No, it applies to everyone. It's the same. It's the same
So
echo
by your
chamber
logic,
BS.
hold on. So by your
Yeah.
logic, I shouldn't be
Yeah.
speaking.
No, but like that's not my logic. That's your logic. You see, dude, this is very simple.
You have a
I'm
problem with
saying
these
to you,
guys. You have a problem with
I
these
have
guys
a problem
because
with
they
people.
make a joke of
No,
everyone except for
no,
themselves or
no,
their demographic.
exactly. That's my
I
point.
do the exact
Not
same
just
thing.
their
I do
demographic,
the exact same thing. I do the exact same thing.
but that's a little bit hypocritical.
I
How
make
can you
fun
want to
of
be making
everyone
fun of
else.
other people if you don't want to be made fun of? Do you have a problem with people making fun of you being an African?
No, I have no
So,
problem.
but what I'm saying to you basically is that they have a problem with people making fun of the things that they
Now
care
you have
about.
to show me proof of that.
I can show you every single episode. Like they never go after the stuff they care about.
No.
They
I
only
need you to
go
show me.
after.
No. Ushers,
I'll
I need
find
to
you.
show me-
It's
I
fine.
need you to show me video
I'll
of them
get you my.
being
I will.
of them being
I will.
offended, of them being touched that other people are making fun of her.
Well,
I need
I'll
you to
tell
show
you.
me that.
There's one guy that did it, and he's it's Ethan Van Sciver. He
So
went
one
after
guy
them.
did it.
Yeah,
One
he
guy
was part
did
of their circle. Yes, he's one.
Now
Yes,
prove-
he's the only.
now
And
prove-
guess where he is now? Guess
now
where he is now?
represents- now
Guess where he is now?
one guy did it. Now
Yes.
represents everyone. So
No.
Dr. Disrespect did
One
whatever
guy
he
did
did.
it, and they
He
kicked
now
him out of the clique.
No. Dude, I'm now following your logic. One guy did it. He now represents the entire group.
But
of
like, what are
these
you
guys.
talking about now? Like, what do you
Dr.
mean he
Disrespect
represents the other?
does-
You putting words in my mouth. You saying
No,
I
we're
say
talking
something
about
and then
this
you
group.
say.
Let me finish. You are accusing the group, right?
Yes.
That they have a problem with people making fun of them. And then your example is of one of them.
No, I did not say they have a problem with people making fun
Welcoming
of them.
Bidman.
I said they will make fun or they will take the piss out of everyone except themselves and what they are interested in. They will never go after that. One guy actually did it, and he used to do that all the time. And then guess what happened? It ended up being a huge beef between him and Eric July, to the point that he now does his own thing. He was already big anyway. He was Ethan Van Sciver. He's the guy that wrote The Flash and all those things. He went after them, and he started to sort of like pick apart the way they do things. And then guess what they did? They othered him as well, and they blocked him, and they did all that other shit that they always complaining about the progressives doing. I'm saying there's a lot of hypocrisy within this whole circle of like,
send
well,
me
I'll
like
send you.
a
I've got
like a
tons of these
video.
because I've been following this community
No,
for a while.
for this guy specifically, I'm interested. If there's like a 30-minute or 1 hour video breaking down the whole process of what happened, I'm very interested.
I'll send
I
you
don't think
Ethan
you
Van
guys are
Sciver's.
important. My logic is thou are unworthy of being made fun of. Be gone. Damn.
That works as well.
All right, so let's get back to this tweet because we went off on a tangent there, Oshus. Me and you went off on a hell of a tangent.
But when I
all right, so this guy said what he said. They laughed, blah blah blah. The next tweet says, "That's right, folks. They selling you outrage and anger." So it goes back to what we were discussing previously, Oshus. You can't sell me something I don't want. It's like people saying, "Oh, when they were selling a Stellar Blade, they were selling you sex." Okay.
Obvious, yes, yeah.
What are we talking about? No one is forcing anyone to click on these videos. People are clicking because they are upset. They are disappointed. What are we talking about? This is what they do. They make mountains out of molehills to capitalize on insignificant frustration their target demographic might be feeling and heighten the issue rather than tame it. Jesus Christ on a stick. All right, let's do this sentence by sentence. They make mountains out of molehills to capitalize on an insignificant frustration. Their target, okay, this part here, they make mountains out of molehills.
Yeah.
Ushers, there's people making videos on, let me think of, Jackie Chan, because I just saw his picture here on this thing here. There's people right now making videos on Jackie Chan of how much of a great kung fu artist he was.
Yep.
If people are not watching, what's that telling the person making? Is your content is a molehill. That's what it's telling them.
Like, I don't agree with anything that this dude is saying, because again, he's on the other side, so he's gonna try and minimize everything that they do. Like, there's nothing wrong with their video content. It appeals to their customers, blah 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 blah. I'm happy with all that. I have nothing. I think their format works. They know how to work the algorithm. They know what their audience wants. They know what's going to get their audience talking and engaging. So I just think these guys are bitter because they're not getting as much sort of traction as, say, these your Nedrotics and your Eric Julys and your Garys and all those guys. They're all doing well. So I don't agree with anything that he said there. I think that's all a reach. It's him just being jealous of.
I'm just saying the content speaks for itself.
Yeah,
That's what
it's
I'm trying to point
engaging
out.
content until you've watched it like 100 times, and it's like, okay, we're doing this again.
Ushers, these boys been doing this for years. Like you said,
Yeah.
they've been on this for 10 years plus. People are still watching. You might have
Well,
dropped off.
that's fine. Yes, that's the thing.
You
Like,
might have
that's fine
dropped
for
off,
me.
but the
Exactly.
fact still
Whenever,
remains.
yeah.
The
And
fact
I
still
don't.
remains. It's like generations. Ushers, it's like generations.
Hmm.
Let's speak about something that only me and you understand, and then the whole chat's gonna be like, "What the fuck is generations?" It's like generations, Ushers.
It's like Young and the Restless or
Me and
Days of Our
you,
Lives.
me and you stopped watching that
Yeah.
years ago. Years ago. And then you'll be scrolling Twitter, and then you'll see it on Msansi Magic or whatever. Record numbers for generations. You're like, what?
Yeah.
Watching Igoli. People are still watching this. What the hell?
Yep.
So I'm not even talking about. Let's take our emotions out of this. Let's take our personal out of this. Let's face the facts here. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So this part here is rubbish. They make mountains out of molehills, guys. They make
Agreed.
content. People watch them, and then they become. What do they become? Mountains. You make content, Mr. Grayson, and what is it? It's a fucking molehill.
Molehill. Yeah. I
When is
agree completely.
when does it become a mountain, right? When does your tweet get 23,000 likes, 6,000 bookmarks, 3,000 retweets? When does that happen? When you're talking about them. All right? So let's move on.
Yep. I agree with
No,
you.
no, this won't be news to you. I realize that. Nerdrotic has an obsession with the concept that anyone who isn't straight, white, or male might make an appearance or, God forbid, lead a solo project. So again,
Yeah.
Ushers,
Mm-hmm.
again, I'm going to take it back to Blade because I want to leave the straight white male out of this. I want to bring it home, make it about me and you and Blade and Wakanda and T'Challa, you know? Dude,
Okay.
I don't know about you, but I would be pissed if the next Blade movie ended with Blade being Bladette. I don't hate women. I'm married. I have a daughter. I have a great relationship. I had a great relationship with my mom before she passed away. I love my aunts. I have nothing against women. But when I go to watch
Yeah.
Blade, I'm not looking for Blade to become Bladette. It's just what it is.
Yep.
When I go and watch Tomb Raider, the next Tomb Raider movie, I'd be pissed if halfway through the movie or by the end of the movie, Tomb Raider is not the fit British chick with super long hair. I'm not British. I'm not a woman. I can't fit in those short shorts, right? But I'm just concerned about paying my hard earned money for product A and I don't get it. And that's another thing to add to these guys. These guys, right? All these thumbnails, when people click on on these videos, they get exactly what they ordered. Like people rock up. I'm sure there's people that probably don't watch this at work, save it, get home, get popcorn or whatever
Mm.
snack, sit down on their couch, and they're like, I can't wait to watch the latest video from these guys. Imagine if they clicked on this video and it wasn't what they clicked on for. Do you understand here the issue?
Yep.
It's about paying for something and not getting what you paid for. So this for me is some bullshit right here. Anyone who isn't straight, white, or male, bruh, if the next Captain America is not straight, if he's not white, if he's not male, that's not Captain America. Not to me, at least. I'm not white. You know?
I agree with
So
you. Like
I think it's a shit argument.
like look, I'm in agreement with you. I felt the same way about Wakanda Forever. I really loved the first Black Panther movie. I thought Wakanda Forever was trash because again, it was what what Marvel has been doing.
Ham,
Then
stop tweeting. Ham is freaking Eddie comments in the comment section. Don't you dare, Ham. Stop it. Stop it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Just this guy. I want
so
Vic dead.
yeah.
Welcome in, Vic. Welcome in.
So yeah, everybody becomes Bladed or female Black Panther. Like I mean, that movie like was so like why do you need like I think it was 6 female leads in that film, and there's like 2 guys, and the movie is supposed to be called Black Panther. Not a single Black Panther. It's Shuri. Shuri is not Black Panther. So I know exactly what where you're coming from with that. That like for me, the title character has got to be the title character. That's what I paid the ticket for. That's what we wanted to see. Um, and again, with a lot of this stuff, like it's mostly that specific demographic, which is straight white males that are gonna buy the stuff. It's them that watch the stuff and support the stuff. So what's the problem with if 90% of the heroes represent that demographic, because that's the demo that's buying the stuff. I don't see what and this is the thing I don't understand about the represent me guys. Like that's where
Let me tell you. Let me give you another example of why these guys are making money. You can call them grifters or whatever, but I think it's just smart marketing. Demand and supply. Ushers.
Yes, absolutely.
People I have people right in Mozambique that I know who don't care about comic books or whatever, but they watch the first Black Panther and they're like, wow, that is awesome. You had women, you had men, everyone loved it. When Wakanda
and you had
Forever,
a strong male lead. That's the most important thing.
when Wakanda Forever came out, I knew it was trash. I didn't go watch it. But I know people that know that I like comic books and whatever and MCU and whatever. And they reached out to me and like, dude, something was wrong about that movie. Like they didn't enjoy random people that don't know Nerdrotic, they don't know anything about as they know nothing about the culture war or the sex war or the gender war, nothing. All they know is that they loved Black Panther and they did not enjoy Wakanda Forever. That's what everyone knows. And I asked them, like, no, is it maybe because Chadwick Boseman died and he was in the movie? They're like, no, but they could have picked another guy to be
That's
Black
it.
Panther. Like,
I would
why
have.
did it have to be the chick?
Mm.
And
And again,
they didn't dedicate enough time to like action, according to them. They were like,
Yeah.
dude, the first Black Panther had a lot of like some politics, but lots of like action and bombastic stuff. This Black Panther, it kind of lost its testosterone. And
because
you
the
had
starring
women,
is not there.
you
Look, like,
had
how do you have a
women,
Black Panther? Exactly. How do you have a
you had
Black Panther with no
women.
Black Panther?
Women were saying that to me, like, dude, what happened to like the sexy dudes fighting and blowing shit up and what the hell was that? That was some melodramatic Korean drama shit. I was like, damn. Don't you
And the
guys
thing
like
is,
Korean? Let me finish. Let me finish. I asked them, don't you guys like Korean dramas? That's why you identified it as Korean drama. They were like, yeah, we love Korean drama, but we didn't go to watch Korean drama that day. You know what I mean? That's not what we went there to get served. And which goes back to my point, was that people are like, it, the guys that keep making the same content, yeah, they keep making the same content that people like. It's
exactly,
that simple. And
exactly.
I would argue to Stankmo's point. Stankmo says Deadpool and Wolverine was dookie. Please explain why it was dookie, because I've gone to see this movie twice. Anyways, Oshus,
Mm-hmm.
if there's rumors out there that Deadpool and Wolverine is a soft reset.
Yep.
Apparently, Ryan Reynolds, again, this is all rumors. Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman will like get all of this woke rubbish out.
I
There
wish.
were
I hope.
scenes, there's rumors that there were scenes with Captain Marvel, there were scenes with She-Hulk, and Ryan Reynolds was like, no, I
I
don't
would have
want
also.
these two. Apparently, he was like, it's either these two are out or me and Wolverine are out. And apparently, there's contracts in stage in sorry, there's contracts that have been signed and that say that this is like the vision moving forward. What is
I
your
heard
idea?
something like that. Yeah, I heard some musings.
Ham, stop it! Stop it! Sorry, Ushers, go ahead, go ahead.
Is that him?
Oh my, it's Ham. He's the only one who wears accent.
Uh,
Wait, it's
Jeez.
either Ham or it's fucking Matt. One
Uh,
of the two. Oh my
um,
god.
sorry. What was your question, Luke?
I was saying, what do you think about these rumors that
Um,
apparently Wolverine and Deadpool put Kevin Feige up on
that's,
on a wall, and they were like, either give us everything,
yeah,
or you can stay with your failures, and we're out.
exactly. No, I think I believe that because I think that's what our DJ probably did as well with the Russos. He said, it's either I choose my own creative team, which are people I trust, which is the Russo brothers and that writing team, and you're gonna see a lot of the old Avengers come through as well, some way or another. So I think that definitely did happen. But again, look at what happened in the last 5 years. Look, they've all lost money. Like almost every single one of those movies that was released from 2019, they've all lost money or they did not make as much money as the first outing. The only real standouts, again, look at what they have in common, was Spider-Man No Way Home. And you could say Doctor Strange did almost a
Yeah,
billion, very
it was
close.
alright.
And
Venom,
then,
Venom
and
did
then
okay.
but Venom is still Sony most. It's still
Ah,
largely, yeah. Same
oh, so
with No Way Home, yeah.
this trip about Fox is the one that did it. It wasn't.
No,
All right.
it was Sony
Okay.
when they did the Spider-Man because they
Yeah.
collaborated with that,
Yeah.
and then it was Doctor Strange, which in my opinion was supposed to be the next Iron Man. He was the guy that, in my opinion, was supposed to lead the Avengers. That did
Hmm.
well, and then probably Wolverine and Deadpool. What do those three movies have in common? And they're the three probably biggest post Endgame Marvel movies to
I
date.
don't
What
know.
do they all have in common?
Please tell me.
They all have strong white male leads.
I'm drinking tea, Oshas.
But
I'm
that's
drinking tea.
and
What the fuck, bro?
they all made bank.
What
They
the
all
fuck?
made a shit ton of money.
Oh my
So
god.
like, because that's the audience. Like, it's the audience, dude. Like, that's the people that go and watch these things. It's the audience. I don't know, understand why progressives have such a problem with that, and they want to change that. Like, you found it like this. Why do you want to change it now? If you cared about it, you
That's
would
true.
like it the way it is.
That's true. That's true. This business about making stuff more acceptable, it's like, bro, we were already making billions. You can go. It's fine.
What will we lose if we lose Captain the Marvels? Let's say the Marvels, you could snap and you could snap the MCU out of existence, and the Marvels disappear. The Wakanda women, most of them disappear, and they bring back the Queen because that was probably the
I
best
like the Wakanda
character.
women. I like the Wakanda women. They're
I
just
like
not the
two.
protagonists. They're just
Yeah,
not the protagonists.
yeah,
Do you
as
understand?
support. But let's say you
Exactly.
snapped them. But like, let's say you snapped them, right? Let's say
Jeez,
now
man.
we're snapping all
A
the
bit
women out
much.
of the MCU.
That's a bit much. We need the
Well,
women.
who
No,
else go?
no, no. I'm going
Female
to stop. I won't
Hawkeye
even
goes.
answer you. I won't even fucking answer that question. We need the women in movies, in comics, in video
Yeah.
games. We need the women. All right. Don't even start with this. Gears of War. We needed Anya. All right.
Did
She
you
was
need
necessary.
did
All
you
right.
need the
Batman.
new girl?
Batman. You need Catwoman.
Did
All
you
right.
need the new
X-Men.
girl in Gears?
X-Men. X-Men without Storm.
What's her name? Cat?
X-Men. X-Men without Jean Grey. Come on, dude. We
But
need the
those
women.
no. Those are not MCU women. I'm talking about the MCU women. I have no problem. Every woman that starred in a major MCU project, snap them out of existence. What happens?
Wait. Black Widow. You have a
No,
problem with
no.
Black Widow.
Post Endgame.
Yeah.
Post
Black
Endgame.
Widow came post Endgame, actually.
No, Scarlet
Yes.
should know. Scarlet doesn't
Yes.
count. I'm starting with Captain Marvel. I'm
Ah,
starting with
you
Brie Larson.
asked me
Then we
women
have She-Hulk
led a product, women that led a product after Endgame.
after
That's what you said,
Endgame. Yes. Okay,
except for
fine.
Black Widow.
Okay. But well, the thing is, they already snapped Black Widow anyway. They killed her.
You piece of shit. You
They
piece of
fridged her.
Don't remind me. Don't remind me. All right. Don't remind me.
So
Oh my god.
if you take Scarlett Johansson, what have you got left? Which strong, good female characters did they build up post Endgame that are actually likable?
I need to send a link to Ty. I want Ty to join because
You should have Tyre should have been here because he's the progressive one. He should have been the one that
I'm
defends this
grasping
angle.
at straws right now. I cannot think of one, but I'm sure there must be one. There's no way. There's
The
no
only
way.
one I can think of is the second Black Widow. I think she's okay. I like her. She's a very, very likable actress. And I didn't hate that movie. I didn't think that Black Widow was bad. I just thought it was, it didn't feel like a movie I needed to see in theater.
Yeah,
They
it
could
definitely
have,
felt like a subscription movie.
yeah,
That was a subscription movie. That was not a get popcorn, go to
yeah.
the cinema for it. No. So Stankmore here, Osha's defending why Deadpool and Wolverine is mid, says it was Marvel's The Force Awakens, just fan service. No way the movie needed to be 2 hours. So I'll respond real quick and then you can go. First off, The Force Awakens was not fan service. Second, if there's one thing
Excuse me.
that Deadpool and Wolverine has proven to everyone is that we need more fan service. Stop trying to subvert expectations. All right. If I go and see a Batman movie, I need it to be dark. I need a torchlight to watch the damn movie. I need to see Bruce Wayne get his ass pummeled, ultimately win. I need him to kiss and hang out with Catwoman. I need to see Alfred. I need to hear that accent, etc. All right, that's why I go to a Batman movie. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. I don't need Bruce Wayne to become something else. All right. So what you're saying here is, dude, fan service. Thank fuck it was fan service, and I'm sad it was only 2 hours. I'm sad. It should have
Yeah.
been 2 hours 13 minutes. The shortest 2 hours of my life was watching Deadpool twice. Those were the shortest 4 hours of my life. Watch first episode of Batman. Okay, yeah, that show looks good. I'm definitely gonna watch it. I thought Shuri was Black Panther. Apparently she is. Apparently she is.
Yeah,
I
that's
wish
what
that
they say.
I wish that happened with Star Wars. Wish what happened with Star Wars. Dorian Gray, welcome in, brother. If they make a good Static Shock movie, I think it would sell. Yeah, that could be good. Just don't make it like Blue Beetle. I feel like Static Shock could
Yeah,
fall into the same hole as Blue Beetle.
I agree with you. Like
Yeah.
they're so close in terms of premise that I could see a hack director turning it into something like that. And again, you can make a hack movie like that work. There's so many of these movies. There's this one movie I saw. The name is not coming to me now, but it's a smaller budget movie, but it's so well done with no budget, and it's very similar to what Blue Beetle was trying to do. I think it's
Yeah.
I'll think of the name.
All right. Stankmore. No, I'm actually reading Bishop. I'm reading all of Bishop's comics all the way back from the 90s, bro. I'm reading the whole collection. I'm probably not going to be done until next year. Sorry?
What subscription are you using for your comics, Luke?
The basic Marvel subscription.
Huh? Like what is it, like online?
Yeah, online.
Oh, well,
Dude,
how much are
I
you
live in
paying?
Hold on. I think it's
'Cause
like
I'm
it's a little less than what I'm paying for Netflix right now.
and you get access to the whole back
yeah,
library
yeah,
of.
yeah.
Okay, I should
Most of
try that.
the back catalog. I think it's worth it. I
With
don't,
all the
and then
complete issues, like all the Uncanny X-Men and all that.
yeah. Well, I don't know if they have all the Uncanny X-Men specifically, but for Bishop, it looks like everything's there. I've done some of the I've done some of the like the Wikipedia searches, but now you don't know if Wikipedia is the way to go because I found out that Wikipedia is actually bullshit. But yeah, anyway, so here it is. It's $10 per month, $69 per year, and then there's the $100 for the annual plus. What does the annual plus get you?
Probably some bonus stuff and limited edition and all that stuff.
I'll look into it. But yeah, I subscribe to the U Marvel thing, U Marvel Unlimited. You should do it if you like comics the way I do. It's nice and it's convenient for when you bookmark shit. You can always go back and you know exactly where you're at. And it also sends you like notifications about new stuff that's coming out. And then I'm just like, fuck, I'm still way back in like 1998 of Bishop. So until I get into like Ultimate Black Panther and stuff, probably next year, probably.
No, but that's all the good stuff was around those years.
Yeah,
From the early 90s to the late 90s. That's when all the best.
I would say late 90s because I read Bishop early 90s. Bishop was rough.
Yeah, the writing. But who was writing? Do you remember the writer?
I wasn't even checking that far, bro.
Yeah,
I was just like, all right,
because they were like the art was probably fire though, eh? Because like 90s art was freaking, but the writing was dodgy because it was Rob Liefeld, it was Todd McFarlane, and all these guys are not great writers. They're great artists, but they're not great writers. There are a lot of them like who's the other guy?
And this is another thing I want to add, Oshus. It's speaking on the whole not great writers back in the 90s.
Yeah.
And you were talking about a movie. We're talking about a movie for who? Static Shock. Oshus, you can tell the hate or you can tell the love for the customer through the product.
Yeah, I agree.
I can tell that the people that wrote Bishop, not great. The stories aren't great. I know they don't hate me.
Yeah, I hear exactly what you're saying. It's not. It's not
what I'm saying.
Yes, it's not. The material is not positioned to talk down to you, which is what you get a lot of the time today. Where it's almost like, for the lack of a better word, it's not just preaching to you, but it's sort of saying you need, or your way of, or where you coming from is wrong, or your perspective is not the correct perspective. This is how you
I
should be
would say,
looking.
I would slightly disagree because I think even in the 90s, welcome in Sergeant Sentinel, welcome in. Even in the 90s, it was preaching. Like, again, it goes back to the whole agendas thing. Everyone has an agenda. Everyone is preaching. But with the 90s comics, at least the ones that I'm reading,
Mm.
it's very aspirational and it's very
Yes.
take my hand and let's go on a grand adventure together rather than sit down and listen to me. Do you understand the difference?
And what I have to say, and yeah.
Ooh,
No,
here we go.
absolutely.
Gamora. Here, there you go. Gamora. There's a female.
Gamora is pre-Endgame. I already answered.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
she's
Yeah.
pre-Endgame. Like, give me one like that's post like that after Endgame they came up with her, and then she became the
Jeez.
next.
Where's
There's
Oshus?
none.
This flight from London. This flight from London must be long as fuck because he says he said he would come on even if
Oh,
it was
tired.
late.
Let me.
want-
I'll actually look. Let's see. MCU. Let me Google MCU.
Oh my god. Look at this comment.
MCU
Ham is
female.
trying to trigger me right now. He is really trying to grind my gears. I'm not gonna bite.
So
I
here
will
they
not.
are,
Yeah.
and then you'll tell me. Like, it's Wanda Maximoff, Gamora, old school. It's Monica Rambeau, Carol Danvers, Wanda. Yeah, okay. Why do they have Wanda twice here? Nebula, but she's old school. Natasha is old school. Kate Bishop is new school. Agatha is new school. Miss Marvel is new school. She Hulk is new school. Jane Foster, you can technically say her as Thor is new school. Valkyrie's old school. She was pre-Endgame, yeah.
Even
Then
if
it's
she
Lady
was new school.
Sif. She's from the Thor universe. She's old school. Peggy Carter's old school. Okoye. You can say new school. That's fine. Jessica Jones, old school. Black Widow, Yelena, new school. She's, in my opinion, the only one that's awesome. And then, of course, the X-Men women are not really in the
Wait,
universe yet.
Okoye is that chick that was on The Walking Dead, right?
Yeah, she's the chick from Zimbabwe.
Danai Gurira.
Yeah.
I like Okoye, not because
Yeah.
I grew up in Zimbabwe or spent a couple of years in Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
I like Okoye.
I also
So
don't have a thing against her. I think she's a
so there's
good
one.
character.
There's one for you. There
But
we
she's not a
go.
lead though. She's not Shuri. Shuri is like the lead.
No, Oshus. No,
Yeah.
no.
Why are you saying
Less
no?
than an hour ago,
Yeah.
you said Black Panther had 6 female leads. That's what you said.
Well, yes.
I'm
Okay,
quoting you
fine.
verbatim.
Fine. But still, okay,
Yeah,
fine.
yeah,
Fine, we can go with
yeah,
that.
yeah.
I'll concede that. But yeah,
Okay.
again, you've got like one, or like I've got one. Mine is Yelena. Yelena is the only good character.
So
I
that's
fell in
two.
love with that. She was so
That's
good.
two. That's awesome. Okoro and Yelena. Let's go. But
Yeah.
technically, Okoro existed before Endgame.
Yes. Same. Yeah. Uh, no, Yelena is definitely brand new. So she was pre Endgame. So that's why I said you could give it to her. You
Yeah,
couldn't. It's
it's
up to
just
you.
Yelena. It's
Because
just Yelena.
even with Shuri is pre Endgame, but Shuri was like a very sort of like side character in pre Endgame, and she stepped up, and I didn't think it was necessary though.
And she's perfect. Dorian Gray. Now watch
Yes.
my bet. Now watch my bet come true. Insomniac weekends Wolverine and makes him a side character to some girl boss. I disagree with this one. I think they won't do it with the first game. I think with the second or maybe third Wolverine game, then they'll nerf him. The first one, it'll definitely be Wolverine. Oshus,
Yeah.
do you think Dorian Gray is right, or do you agree with me?
I don't think they'll take the chance with the first one because they know what everybody wants to see, and everyone wants to see Wolverine. Uh, I want the brownish pants.
If you have to keep saying this is Luke, by the way, everyone will know it's not me. Ultimate 8 Spider-Man is absolute fire, amazing, awesome. Well, That's great for me because
So
my
so
background just
let me
increases.
ask you a question. So, Look, you don't believe that Miles Morales is Spider-Man?
No.
Let me put you under fire here and get people
Why?
to. Yeah.
Why am I on fire?
Because there's two school of thoughts here that he is Spider-Man and he can rightfully tomorrow be the only Spider-Man. Uh, there's a lot of people that think
Am I,
that,
am I,
and
oh,
that
Ushers,
yeah.
Ushers, unless unless the guys that used to wear those weird suits in Germany won the Second World War, I believe I can still voice my opinion, whether the masses agree with it or not.
So you're
I know
saying that he's not
socialism.
there?
I know socialism and communism is on the rise. I know it's all about unified groupthink, and you cannot have a diverging opinion. I know, I understand. I was under the impression that it hadn't taken over yet.
Mm-hmm.
Can we agree? It hasn't taken over yet.
No, it has. Well, no.
All right. So
No.
Spider-Man's Peter Parker, Batman is Bruce Wayne,
I
and
agree with you. I'm in
you
agreement with you. Like I'm
just
not. I just
deal
know
with.
that I just know that there's a huge contingent on the progressive side that would actually like a lot of
Big.
people think that's racist when you say that. Like, you're a bigot. If you say that Miles Morales is Miles
No,
Morales
but
is
I'm
not
black
Spider-Man.
and I'm African.
They
On
don't
the
care.
victim totem pole, there's some leeway for me. You know,
They
Big
don't.
Mad Mo says you talk about comics. Aren't all these characters part of the comics? And that's the thing, Big Mad Mo. That's what's beautiful. For the people that have been reading comics forever, we all remember when Falcon first became Captain America and how everyone said, "Oh no." They kept making the comic book. No one bought it. You see how that works? You see how that works? All right. All right. And have their own comics. Exactly. Just because you have your own comics doesn't mean you're accepted. Go and do some research on Captain Marvel. Go and check out how many times they've had to restart
Mm-hmm.
the comic book for Captain Marvel. Because
Yep.
every time a first edition comes out, it sells decent. It doesn't even do great. It just does decent. And then every other like comic after that, the number just it just it's tanking. No one gives a shit. The people that buy the first editions, they buy it so they can have a special edition, first edition to sell 20, 30 years in the future. It's not even because it's people like me and Oshas that want to crack it open, read it, and enjoy the character. So they don't sell. So just because something was in the comic books, oh yeah, it's fine, it's canon, it has to go through. That's not true.
Yeah.
A lot of these characters people rejected. The comic book community rejected them. Now, if that doesn't count for you, that's also fair. That is also fair. If for you, as long as there's a comic book that was published, this character is real, and it doesn't matter what Loke 7 says, that's fine. Because I'm not here sitting here trying to tell you what to think. I'm just saying what I think. I'm not on the side of the people that believe that they have the right to tell other people what they should think. I just think everyone should share their ideas and thoughts, and the best idea, the best thought will win out, as it has always done throughout human history. Sometimes it takes a minute, right? Again, those guys that used to goose step, right? It took a minute, but eventually it got through. The Last of Us 2 syndrome. Were the movies even that good? Which movies are we talking about? The Avengers, who, Gamora, Drax, why? Gamora. That was a funny scene. Not that great. Haven't even seen them all, and not enthusiastically wanting to watch them either. Fair enough. Vic, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Appreciate it. Says Agatha is old. 1969. Fantastic Four, number 4. Number 94. All right. Just because you put this up, I'm going to.
No, she is, but like in the MCU, she's new though. She only arrived post Endgame. A lot of these characters are all old. All of them. Very few of them were actually invented after the 90s.
Hold on. Huh. Okay. I'm gonna have to do more research on this before I comment because I'm not a big Fantastic Four guy. Like I've read a couple, but not like a super fan or whatever. Miles is Spider-Man, and you have the right to believe that, Dorian Gray. He is Spider-Man to you. But you know what Miles Morales also is? He's also Thor.
That is
Yeah,
true. A lot
yeah.
of
There's
people
a
don't know
comic
that.
book.
Yeah.
There's a comic book that was actually made, and Spider-Man and Miles Morales is Thor. So he's also Thor. Hey, hell, Doc Ock has been Spider-Man. Exactly. Exactly my point. Doc Ock has been Spider-Man. Who in their right mind, when someone asks them, is Doc Ock Spider-Man, says yes. Who does that? Ocean. Who?
If
I'm saying who in their right mind, if you ask them, is Doc Ock Spider-Man? Not has he been,
yeah,
is he?
no, no, like
Is
again,
Dick
no, like
Grayson?
that's
Hold on. Let me go to another one. Is Dick Grayson Batman?
uh-uh. Batman
Is
doesn't
the
have any A's. Yeah,
no. In the comics, Batman died and Dick Grayson did become.
yeah. There's a lot of the sidekicks that took over from him
Yeah,
whenever he
dude.
died. Yeah,
Joker has been Batman.
yeah.
Is Joe? If someone asks you, is Joker Batman? What's
Wasn't
your
the
answer?
Killing Joke? Yeah.
No,
Uh,
it was Metal Joker or something. Something to
oh,
do with the Metal series. So the
mm,
point is Joker Batman? Oshes.
uh-uh.
He's won the cow though. It has come out on a comic book. It was published, you know?
Yeah. People like to use like limited edition runs as a got you like, yeah, but it was like this in the comics. I'm like, yes, but how successful was that run? Did that run even get renewed for that person to come back to do the same thing again or whatever? So I agree with you. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. Just because a character, and I don't believe this whole thing about mantles, because I think people really, really like to hop on this. No, but it's a mantle. Captain America is a mantle. No, Captain America is Steve Rogers. You could have made Falcon Captain Falcon if you wanted to, but just and again, don't you have confidence in Falcon to carry his own movie as Falcon? I
No,
mean,
no, no.
clearly, yeah,
He doesn't have the character to do it. He's not enough. He needs, right? He needs the straight white man to validate his existence. And this takes us to another section that me and you the one of the few things me and you agree on, Oshers. This thing about passing stuff down to us, that is just fucking,
yeah,
that is not on. That
yeah.
is not on.
I
You
mean,
look at the other side, dude, it's like they're getting a new character every 5 seconds. Homelander is now a legendary character.
yep, created by Garth Ennis. And that's what I say is that like when are they gonna start? And it starts with the fans though. Look, like if the fans don't demand or want to see actual authentic characters made by black artists or writers, then they're just gonna keep getting like what is it? They almost out of they ran out of redheads now to race to race swap, but they're just gonna keep race swapping other characters to being black, and then that's what they're gonna give you. And those characters they don't already, like, it's not another dude from that culture that made them. So I don't see why everybody's so obsessed with race swapped characters. I think it's silly.
All right, so let's carry on this guy's thread here. This near guy is obsessed. All right, all the content is always about woke problem. Oh, TJ, I think you left and came back because we did talk about this specific thing. He's catering to his audience, bro, and
Yep.
that's what life is about, dude. McDonald's makes money because they cater to the people that buy McDonald's.
Yep.
If McDonald's woke up tomorrow and they're like, no more burgers, everyone is now going to start eating salads, it would be a shit show. Nerdrotic has cornered the market on hating on a specific like side of Marvel. He's cornered that market. Why would he leave?
Yep.
Why would Apple stop making phones? Why would BMW stop making cars? What are we talking about?
Why would
Why would
EA stop making FIFA
why would EA stop making FIFA? Exactly. And it goes back to
or
even the
Madden?
microtransactions. Even the microtransactions, Ushers.
Mm.
I've always taken a dump on microtransactions, but I'm like, bro, if I was a shareholder, if I worked
Yeah.
at EA, if I was Andrew Wilson, I would put even more microtransactions. I would charge you idiots to press start, to press pause. I would charge you
Yeah.
$5. That's what I would do. I would charge you $5 to press pause on EA, on FIFA. I charge you another dollar to turn off the fucking thing or to turn it on.
Yeah.
I don't know. The point is, you have a market, you have a captive audience, you monetize the fuck out of them. That's what you do. All right. So
Yep.
people
Agreed.
will continue to make those videos. People will continue to watch. The world will be at peace. Hollywood, for years and years and years, kept feeding us the same good diet of content that pleases us and pleases our eyes and our ears. As soon as they started taking a dump on us, what happened? What happened? People stopped watching.
Yep. Vote
Simple
with
as.
your wallet.
Simple as. All right. The Kansas City Chiefs, if you want to talk about football, the Kansas City Chiefs, they didn't fill up their stadium as much as they do these days. Now with Mahomes and the championships, now they're kicking it. Now that the ticket prices to go and watch the Chiefs have gone up from what they were before. Why? Because they're delivering the thing that people go to the stadium to experience. Imagine if you got to the Chiefs stadium and they were terrible, like my Raiders. You'd have the exact same thing. Ticket prices are going down, attendance is also going down. Simple. You want to take it to the NBA? The Sacramento Kings. They were terrible for a long time. No one was going to watch. Now they win a couple of games, they go to the playoffs, light the beam. It's called demand and supply. We need to stop being
Yep.
childish and taking our emotions to work, guys. Just because you have a belief or whatever, it doesn't mean everyone else has to do it with you as well. You are here to make Marvel movies. Make them good and get out.
That's it.
That's all it is.
That's it.
But let's go back to this guy's tweet. So he said, but of course he has praise for the MCU, huh? But only when it involves movies where the main protagonist is white, male, and straight. Marvel has only experienced one failure in its entire history, as lackluster as some of the box office was in P4, with two movies crossing 1 billion. So which movies is he talking about? All right. Fuck me. This is the Marvels. This is the oh my god.
It's No Way Home. I don't know which is another one. Is he talking about post for Phase 4?
I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about. But
If
he's trying to point out that the Marvels is not the worst thing, but from what I see here, it quite literally is the
yeah.
worst thing.
I think I can't think of another billion. Who was the other billion? Like I know it's Spider-Man, and this new movie is gonna do $1 billion most probably.
Okay, so there's the Avengers, Iron Man 3. Wow, Iron Man 3 did $1 billion. Wow.
Yeah, it did $1 billion.
Avengers, Age of Ultron, Civil War, obviously, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, Infinity War, Captain Marvel, obviously. And this one, we have to put in the caveat. You can call me racist, sexist, whatever. There's a caveat here. The reason this reached $1 billion is because of this.
It was sandwiched between between Infinity War and Endgame.
It was right before Endgame, and then the marketing all said that you had to go and watch that to understand more of Endgame or whatever, and we were all with Endgame fever. So, yeah. Next we had Far From Home. the one that you brought up, and No Way Home, which almost made 2 billion. God damn.
Oh, so 2 Spider-Man movies made
A billion.
so $1 billion. So post
This one's close to 2.
so
This one's close to
Luke,
2. Yeah.
sorry. So Luke, please
Right.
find me the one there that stars an MCU heroine that reached $1
God
billion.
damn it. Not everything you quantify with money. All right? Not everything. Oh my god, Richie's got jokes. Says, why would Xbox stop making consoles? Damn. Damn.
That's
That
a
was
good question.
That's a low blow, Richie. EA did stop making FIFA. Actually,
they
they
did.
didn't. They didn't. They stopped making FIFA in name only because EAFC is still there. Same engine, same business model. People still call it FIFA at this point because FIFA, they still haven't come up with their own game.
Yeah.
Richie blamed that on Overlord Satya Nadella. God damn. Because he's pushing a hateful agenda. It's overly negative, which is never how you want society to be. Glass half full, not half empty. And this is why I protect, I use the analogy of me with Metal Gear. I would not be able to be balanced when people are being hateful towards a piece of media that I absolutely adore. I'm practicing empathy here, Oshas. Think of a piece of media that you love, not like something you love. If it's a movie, think of a movie you've watched 20 times and half or two or 3/4 of the script you know by heart. Think of that movie. Think of that TV show that has 5 seasons and you've rewatched that whole thing 10 times. Think of that being made for a modern audience, and then whatever it is that you think that that piece of media stands for, right? Think of it being perverted and shat on with gusto, with glee, with pleasure, and people standing on stage talking about, oh, I fucking hate how Metal Gear was so patriarchal. We need a woman-centered Metal Gear. How would you feel, TJ? Would you be as magnanimous? Think of the one thing that you love in the world of media being completely destroyed and distorted for the so-called modern audience. And you have a microphone. You're telling me that you won't be perceived, your passion won't be perceived as hateful. Oshas, am I crazy?
No, not at all. Like I'm a Mass Effect fan, and they did that to Mass Effect. I'm a Star Trek fan. They did that to Star Trek. To the point that those franchises are not even recognizable anymore in a lot of ways. So I get exactly what you're saying. Look, it sucks, man. And I would also, but I also want people to sort of don't see. I don't want to like come across as that's the only thing I think about the brand. Like with Star Wars, where everything is just so negative that comes out because of the fact that the content is crap. You just have all these thumbnails dissing all that. Like, yeah. But I would try. But I agree. I hear where you're coming from. I feel the same way about Mass Effect. I mean, how we went from Mass Effect 3 to Mass Effect Andromeda freaking is beyond me.
Andromeda wasn't terrible. Like the story was subpar in my opinion. But the gameplay, for me, the gameplay was better than all its predecessors. The gameplay was amazing. That's where it should have gone. The story was just
like it just wasn't. To me, Mass Effect is classified by story, though. It's like if you don't get the story right, then it's not. You're making a different game. If that game was called Andromeda and it didn't have the Mass Effect name on it,
it would
have
cool.
been okay. Yeah, but because it has that legacy of being Mass Effect, it cannot be good or okay. It has to be that level.
Yo, Big Mad Mo, relax. They are our Raiders. I also love me some Raiders. But the facts are facts, bro. The stadium does not sell out every single game. every single preseason game. It just is what it is, bro. What are we talking about? And people did go to the SAC games and watch again, bro. People go to the WNBA games. Ain't nobody filling out stadiums to watch the WNBA. No one was filling up stadiums to watch the Kings before they got good, or the Warriors. It's fine, dude. We can be objective, right? They don't have another soccer franchise. They just started. Raided. Oh, sorry, Sour Blow. Thank you so much for the super chat, brother. Appreciate you. Says Raiders tickets are free. No, they're not. All right, you have to pay for them. You just don't pay like absurd prices like what you'd pay to go watch. I don't know, the Chiefs, the Dodgers for some reason, the Yankees, Lakers, etc. You know, but yeah, they're not free. They're not free. Also, folks went to Raider games as well. Again, bro, levels. We're talking about filling out the stadiums. Chill, big mad Mo. You are big mad today. More mad than usual. Not a soccer guy myself, so I wasn't sure. It's not, oh my God, it's American football. You could have said the Warriors, though, with that analogy. Yeah, again, I put them there again. Actually, they did. It's not FIFA. Oh my God. All right, fine. Yes, you are crazy. So he's crying, telling the IP owners, people who are investing billions into the product should make the product he wants. Him, who is not willing to invest his own money into it, cry more, loser. But
You
that's
see,
the
Taye
thing.
should have been here because he can
So,
defend.
so TJ,
Yeah.
that's the problem. You can say cry more losers, but look at this graph, bro. Look at it. It's not lying to anyone. Look at this graph. Unless you're saying this is lies. If this is lies, sure. But if this is facts, they ain't losers. Because one, and that's another thing we all forget. These guys are monetizing their content. They're making
Yeah.
money off of Friday Night Tights and all the other shows. Right? That's the first point. And second, look at that graph. Look at it. Look at it. What it's saying is that a whole lot of people think exactly what they think. That's what it's saying. And they did nothing to Mass Effect. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, again, Oshas, it wasn't that bad.
No. This is now me having a Kojima discussion with you
Let's go.
about Mass. No, like we can't. I don't want to debate Mass Effect with moderate Mass Effect fans. There's so many things wrong with that game from the time
Ty,
that you
get
put
your
it
ass in
on.
here. Get your ass in here. Don't be
And then
replying.
Taya is he's another Mass Effect fan. What is he saying? I would
He's
love
saying
to
yes.
hear what he's take. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Tell us
So
about
my thing
Andromeda.
is no, like the thing is with Andromeda, like first and foremost is that it lacked
You wanna
first and foremost.
make me reinstall this motherfucker and replay Andromeda.
Yeah, like
Go
play the opening act of the original Mass Effect and compare that to the opening act of Mass Effect
Andromeda is way
Andromeda.
better.
No ways.
Gameplay.
No, like what?
Dude,
Like no, don't tell me about
the
gameplay that you don't experience. No,
the previous Mass
no,
Effect
no, no,
games
no,
are
no.
superior
Dude,
in one aspect: writing. That is all.
no,
Everything
that's
else,
nonsense. That is
Andromeda is better.
nonsense. That is
Everything
nonsense.
else.
That is like me
Dude,
saying, this is like me
what?
saying to you
What?
that everything in which one is what's the darling in Metal Gear? Everything in Metal Gear Solid 5 is better than Metal Gear Solid 3. Period.
We've reached the end of the conversation.
But that's what I'm saying is that you can't
Me and
have
you are
like
not going to talk about this. Me
because
and you are not
if we
going
had to
to talk
break it
about this.
down like that, we need a separate podcast for that. So I can because I can't have a 5-minute argument or conversation about like what was horrible about Andromeda was an atrocity. Like
Damn.
I hated that game. By the time I finished it, I had to force myself. It's the first Mass Effect game I had to force myself to finish because everyone is a moron and is an imbecile. From from your main character, all your friends, everyone is an idiot. Everyone is like they're all short. I don't know what's wrong with the engine. The engine can't like, especially when you're in the indoor areas. Everybody looks like this little, like they look like short people. They look like kids. The art is off. There's apps they did not they only invented two races for this game. and all the other races is the older races. And for some reason, they made the Asari uglier than they've ever been. They all look the same, and all of them are ugly. Like, there's so many things wrong with that game. Like, the gameplay, yes, did improve. Like, they did. That's the one thing that they did polish. But in terms of, does it add to the overall value, and in terms of progression, do you feel like your character has gone through an experience and an adventure by the end of the game? No, you don't really. They're exactly the same sort of moron they were in the beginning, who takes nothing seriously. You know what an Andromeda is? Andromeda
What?
was written by a bunch of fanfic writers. They took all the guys that actually could write Mass Effect left, and then a whole bunch of guys that were
Yeah.
Mass Effect fans wrote
So
Andromeda.
they hired Oshus.
Yes, it's if you hired me, and then all I cared about was all I remember about Mass Effect was the fact that you could sleep with aliens, and that's the main
Damn.
focus. Like, it's literally done by people that don't understand Mass Effect.
Yo. All right. Taya says what it's saying is writing has been terrible. Yes, we can agree on that. There's no woke here. These people will always talk about the failed woke projects, but they will never talk about the success. Please share with us the success, bro.
I
Please
would also
share.
like to know, Ty.
Please share with us the success. Also, Taya, when you say these people, right? When you say these people, are you okay with this terminology being used on you? Anyways, my bro gets season tickets to Raiders every year. Too bad the Patriots don't play them this year. Okay, good for your brother, man. Appreciate it. Rachie, let's call it Metal Gear Andromeda. How do you? That's that. Rachie, I only read that out because this is a member chat, and you've been a member for 13 months. I'm grateful for your support to TSWS, but chill, bro. Just chill. All right. Raiders fans have to pay more to watch actual teams play. And when I say actual teams, I mean the visitors. Oh my God. All right. If Spider Man 2 failed, they will say it's woke. When it does amazing numbers and breaks numbers, they don't talk about it. For those losers, all roads lead to Rome. You're not selling it, bro.
Tyre should have been here. I'm saying to you, Tyre should have been here because I know he feels like this about this stuff here.
Because your specific point here, the specific point I'd like you to answer is where are these successes that they never speak
but
about?
that's a good question.
Where? Because this one of if Spider-Man 2 failed, they will say it's woke. When it does amazing numbers, they don't say anything. That's like a false equivocation. It's one of those points where you can't lose when you throw it out there. You're essentially becoming the same as them. You're putting yourself in a position where you win either way in this discussion. Sour blow, we got the league scared from our past after we got rid of that bomb. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Andromeda is one of the biggest travesties out there because, from a story perspective, it had so much going for it. It failed on the execution, bland story, boring cat. Yo, you know what? I'm gonna take us back
And
seat.
Ty makes Mass Effect content, so I'm glad. Like, me and him on that one were on the same.
Settle down, right? On assigning validity to this man's opinion because he makes Mass Effect content. Because remember, Nerdrotic makes
Yes,
Marvel content.
100%, and he's
So,
legit.
so following your logic, if Taya is right, Nerdrotic's right. Yeah,
And
yeah.
I
So
don't look. I'm a
settle down.
centrist, but you do know, like, everything said and done, I'm a centrist when it comes to those guys and the content that they create. I don't hate on their content. I just don't watch it as much as I used to. Um,
Batman with a black cat woman is woke. No, I
that
don't
was
think it's
the
the
new
one
one,
with
eh?
Robert Pattinson.
Yeah, it was
Um,
woke, that movie. Eh? It was very
I don't
woke.
think I don't think it's woke. I don't think that's Catwoman.
How many good like and they this was on Nedrotic, like when he was reviewing the movie. How many good guy white people are there in that movie?
I think that's bullshit. Right? That's a bullshit.
How
That's a
many
bullshit question.
minorities are bad guys?
Oh my god. Do you have an answer for us?
Yes.
Okay.
All the minority characters, main characters, are mostly protagonists in that movie. And all the underground slimy, sleazy criminals are mostly white guys. There's almost none that's non-white.
Okay. So I don't think that's problematic because
But
again,
that's
go
like
back.
Nedrotic's take on it.
Okay, but I don't think that's an actual point. I'm just saying here, Catwoman being black. I don't think I'm not okay with that. I'm not,
Why?
because by that logic, Whistler can be black.
But she was
Whistler's
black. But she was like, I mean, she's been black a lot
where?
of times, dude. Like in the
Yeah,
original series, she was
yeah,
black.
and it goes
And
back.
then in the
Cautious,
comics, there was an entire
cautious.
run that was popular where she
Again,
was black.
again. It goes back to, did people embrace, and is this the original concept for the character?
Yes,
Because
it was
based on,
very well. Yeah.
well, I'm not a Catwoman guy, so I don't know about this. All I'm gonna say is that for me
Halle
personally,
Berry, Chief,
just because they made Halle Berry,
The only
I
Catwoman
shut up,
movie
Auntie,
ever
shut up,
made
Auntie.
starred a
If what
black woman.
you're
Why do you
saying,
think that
it was
is?
a terrible movie. People
It was a
immediately
terrible
put
movie,
it
but it was
based off
based
of that.
on.
Based off of that, so Catwoman is
Go look
now
at the most
black.
popular run of
Based
Catwoman.
off of that,
It's
following your logic, just
yeah.
because Andromeda got published, it's perfectly fine and is now part of canon, and people should
Yeah.
not criticize it and say that it's wrong. It shouldn't exist. Based off of your logic of no, because all this other trash has been made with Catwoman being black, anything else that comes out of that is now supposed to be acceptable and no one should question it. That's a
No,
crazy
but like the
mentality.
most popular version of Catwoman in the comics was the black version. That's the most popular run where she
So,
had her own
so,
individual run as Catwoman.
so again, going back to your Miles
Yes,
Morales,
tanned Catwoman,
going
but
back to your Miles
yeah.
Morales, Oshas, going back
Mhm.
to your Miles Morales, he's got tons of books. Based off of that, I can't say that Miles Morales is not Spider-Man. Based off of that logic,
You know, there's a flaw
is
in
that
that.
sound,
I don't want
is
to.
that
Just that.
is that sound to you?
What? Yeah. Well, what
Is
you're
that
saying
logic
is
sound?
sound, but
Is
like
that
you do
logic sound?
understand. Okay. I'll concede and I'll say, okay, cool. That's a valid point. That if you're using that metric to say it's only the original character that can play said character or that can be said character, then that's fine. By that logic, fair enough. But then I can't even remember in terms of canonically when Catwoman stopped or Selena Kyle used to be
Stop
white.
being white,
Yes, I can't tell you. The last time
dude.
I saw her where she was
Dude, it
white
goes
was in the
back to that chick.
original.
Remember that chick? Remember that the teenage mutant ninja turtles? Don't they have like a chick that
Um,
that used to assist them or whatever in their cartoons that we used to watch back in the day? The white chick with the red hair, with the yellow jumpsuit.
hmm?
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There's
Oh,
there's a white.
April O'Neil. Yes. What
Okay,
about April O'Neil? Yeah.
there's now 5 or 6 variations of April O'Neil where she's a black chick.
Yes, but
So based
originally,
off of this logic of there's been a whole bunch of black April O'Neils, does that now mean April O'Neil is now black to you?
fun fact, the original April O'Neil in the original comic was a black-haired, almost Asian-looking girl. So they changed it when they made the cartoon, and then that's where the redhead Ariel came with the yellow. That's where she
Hey,
came.
Bernard, send me this link, please. Send me this link.
Okay, no
Okay,
problem. Original.
Satire then said Black Panther being made as a movie, as a Marvel character, that
It's,
isn't even important, is woke. No, if anyone thinks Black Panther is woke, they need to fuck off. Jessica Jones woke. No, I don't know who Jessica Jones is, so I don't even have a response for that. First Captain Marvel movie, not woke. No, the Captain Marvel movie, I don't think it was woke. I think it was just bad. I wish us veterans got the you people term. Most of the time, it's a 50 something old lady with Coke, bottle glasses, shaking her finger at us like these goddamn crazy motherfuckers. And it's
So
ironic.
I heard it in the private chat, ne?
All right. It's
And
ironic.
that's the April O'Neil one.
Sergeant Sentinel, it's actually ironic considering that it's because of people like you that this 50 something old lady with Coke bottle glasses can do what she does on a daily basis. But it is what it is. I agree with Ty. Bobby was woke. No, see, that's another thing. I love the reception of Bobby. Bobby proves, Oshus,
Yeah, I'm
that
listening.
you don't need to you don't need to address an audience that doesn't make that doesn't make is that is
Agreed.
not part of the core demographic. Bobby was made for women and for a
Yeah.
certain type of women, and they made bank. No one called them misogynists. Oh, sorry, misandrists. No one called them man hating. Well, maybe these guys from Nerdrotic or whatever. But most people that watched it were like, "This is fine," and that's why it made money. Now,
Yep.
imagine if they took Barbie, and now Barbie is a dude. Oh no, yeah, exactly. Barbie is now a trans woman, and she has tattoos, and and she's a soldier, and she's a time traveling soldier that is fighting cyborgs in like the distant future. That's
Yeah.
Barbie. Do you think that women would look at that movie and be like, "Oh, this is fine," or do you think they'd be like, "Yo, what the fuck? Why are you guys taking our shit?" What do you think they would
Well,
do?
they'll do what they did with the Marvel stuff. They just wouldn't show up to the cinema. Like for instance, Miss Marvel. Sorry, is it the Marvels? Nobody showed. Like it was literally mostly. I think it was 55% male,
But it
or
wasn't a
even
bad
bigger.
movie.
It was 65. I think it was 65% male.
No,
No females showed up to go watch that movie.
but it wasn't
And
a
then
bad
my
movie.
thing, huh?
It wasn't a bad movie.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad movie. I'm just saying women don't care about those type of movies. The same way that women didn't show up to watch the Black Widow, the same way that women didn't show up to watch any of those MCU movies because it's a guy thing. Girls don't care about superheroes. Do you know when they care about superheroes? It's when
Yeah,
Chris Hemsworth or Chris Evans or Chris who's the other one?
all these
Chris
Chris's.
Pratt. Yeah, it's when the Chris's are in it. And they're busy, like there's a scene where they take off their shirt, and that's when the girls care. I remember with my ex, every single she was more invested in phase one because of all the Chris's. And she
Right.
dragged me to go watch those movies. And I at that time I was so skeptical about superhero movies that I went because she wanted to go, not because I wanted to go.
Yeah. So Ty says choosing to use a black Nick Fury instead of the main one, who is known as a white, is
That's a
that not
good
woke?
one.
So
That's a
again,
good one.
but this one goes back to my original point that I made at the very beginning of the show that people, including Ty, like to conveniently ignore. The main problem, the main reason guys like Nerdrotic and them have a voice and people listen to them is because all of this stuff is bad. The reason you'll never find a video of Nerdrotic shitting and consistently going after Nick Fury is because the character is good.
Yep.
That's the problem. The reason someone said that he was obsessed with Captain Marvel, guys, Captain Marvel sucks. That's why they go after her. It's because she sucks. No one's going after Nick Fury because it's good. And this is another thing that triggers a lot of people that like to protect the woke, is to accept the fact that most of the woke is bad. It just is what it is.
Agreed.
And the
I
reason people
agree.
pointed out, oh, it shouldn't be a black cat woman or whatever, is because they could get away with it. If Lenny Kravitz's daughter had put in a great performance in that movie, no one would say a damn thing.
You
But
didn't
she
think she was
didn't.
good in that movie?
Sorry,
You didn't think she was good in that movie?
I think she was whatever. For me,
Okay.
my focus is mostly on like Batman, the supporting characters, unless they do something special like what Heath Ledger did. That you are there to support. Don't come here with your main character syndrome. All right, and that's another thing. That's another thing. I'm not going to watch Aquaman and then you put some other character, and now that character is more important, bro.
Yeah.
Go make your own movie. All right, I'm here to see Aquaman. So I didn't really take note of her performance. I just know that people panned it, and no one pushed back. Again,
Taya,
Big Bad Mom, you need to pay attention. Was Star Wars Episode 7 woke, not the trilogy, just Episode 7? I don't know. I don't remember it. Tanned Catwoman. Oh my god, you guys, that's messed up.
did you
April
respond to
O'Neil.
Taya's that there's a he's
Hold on.
he's asking the
I'm
question
getting
there?
I'm getting there. Is House of the Dragons woke? I still haven't watched that, but I know the Targaryens. I know the Targaryens are black. But
Yeah.
to answer your question, Ty, go back to my previous comment. The problem is not black people, gay people, women. It's not diversity. That's not the problem. The problem is bad product. And it just so happens that most of the bad product has people with my face on it. That's the
Yeah.
problem.
Most of the
If
black product is the bad product.
exactly, if most of the product was good, like House of the Dragon, people like Nerdrotic would be out of
Yeah.
a job, or he'd be shilling for these
Yeah.
projects. Because if you
Agreed.
go and watch these guys, Nerdrotic and Critical Drink and whatever, they don't shit on House of the Dragon, and when they
No.
bring it up, they talk about the merits of it
Mm.
because it is objectively good, and people would shit on them if they were talking rubbish, but
Yep.
they're not talking rubbish when they crap on most of the stuff that they do crap on. My point is, all this diversity you're seeing in TV shows and movies is woke. You're seeing it because they're woke. You can disagree with the amount of wokeness, but it's still woke. Again, dude, the woke stuff is it's like noise in the corner. The main problem is the big dookie in the middle of the living room. That is the quality of what's being made. That's the problem. I guess it is, but there's so much evidence that this sort of content existed before woke was ever a thing. Yes.
But it was better. It was like whenever they had a black person inside, Blade had to carry that movie. That movie had to be good for everyone to know what Blade was. It wasn't just a matter of like he just got the role because they were just handing out black superheroes or they were just handing out spots for black superheroes. He had to make that work. And he did. And the quality of that movie still stands up today.
TJ Ty says what Bobby got flack for being woke. Okay, how much did Bobby sell?
Yeah, it was record breaking.
Because my point here is we need to stop trying to force, and this is something I've even discussed with like my wife as well. She's like, dude, why are they trying to force us women to become men, and why are they trying to force men to become women? The people that gave Bobby flack are people that, in my opinion, don't like to stay in their lane. There's nothing wrong in staying in your lane and being good at what you're good at. All right. And Bobby it stayed in its lane. It was like we want to get women in this age demographic, women that can pay for tickets, like makeup, etc., etc. Whatever market research they did, whatever they did, they made it so guys like me, for example, most guys like me would not see the appeal in going to watch it, and that is not a bad thing. And no one should ever shit on whoever made Barbie for picking a specific demographic and sticking to that. The problem is when you turn around and then you say, no, 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 no. Blade should not sit there and pick the demographic to be just guys. That's my problem with this whole thing, because that's what ruins everything. Is when you take
And
something that already has its core audience, that have given it value. You take Lord of the Rings, for example. It already has its fans. It's already $1 billion thing. You now want to pervert the Lord of the Rings because now you want to shift this from this core target audience to another core target audience. I'm not good with that. And if this mutilation was done to Barbie, for example, since you brought it up, Tai, if this mutilation was done to Barbie, first it wouldn't sell. No one was going to go watch it. No one hates women. It's not cool to hate on women. It's cool to hate men today. It's not cool to hate on women. No one was going to watch it. The director would be canceled. It would just be like negatives all around. But for some reason, it's okay to take your ass, right? That does not love men or the things that men love, walk into the men's entertainment section and tell them that their entertainment is bad.
Yeah.
Because no one would tolerate a bunch of guys walking into Barbie or whatever universe of that's female centric and talk
The
about,
Kardashians.
oh, we need to have a male centered Barbie. The fuck? You wouldn't even finish that sentence, bro. Look at Ripley saving Corporal Ryan. Yeah. Need the pure. Oh my god. Look at Sarah Connor succeeding where Kyle Reese failed. And it was done so well. They literally
Mhm.
attacked it for being feminist. Again, going back to the main point, brother. Why? If you go to let's use Nerdrotic as an example. If you go to Nerdrotic, does Nerdrotic have 100 videos on Barbie? Or does he have like one or two? Let's judge people on their actions here because we're shitting on these content creators based off of their actions. So, what are we talking about? I'm type of woman Barbie was, oh my god. Both of those male characters played Michael Bean, poor bastard. Why is woke being used like this? I don't know, dog. People don't like people have forgotten what words actually mean or twisted it, whatever. Madam Web was boo boo.
That wasn't
So
even woke.
again,
It was just trash. That was just trash.
but it goes back to the Barbie conversation that we're having now, Ushers. If they had targeted towards women and had done it properly, respectfully,
Yeah.
it would have sold like gangbusters. But they're sitting here trying to just not entertain people. I think a lot of people are losing sight with what woke really means. Would you
Yeah. No, that
say,
was
oh,
not.
okay, so Taya, you done talking to me? Huh? You done talking to me? Would you say with the popularity of Marvel now, more women care more about superheroes than the past? If yes, can we say Marvel is trying
Mm-mm.
to gain a new audience and they're making progress? This new audience, this is the most
I disagree.
this is the most disappointing. This is the most disappointing group of people that have ever existed on the planet Earth. We're
So,
still waiting for them to show up. But go ahead. Go ahead.
so the only point I want to add here, Luke, is the fact that the whole point of Marvel buying, of Disney buying Star Wars and Marvel was for the male audience. It's because of the fact that they were seen as a company that largely caters to families and little girls. So they wanted some IPs to attract a male audience. So they go and they buy these IPs only to now try and retrofit these IPs to be more appealing to women, which was that was not the point why they bought them. They're on record saying that they were trying to draw more male audiences in. So why would you do that? So they know that there isn't. They have the female audience already. They've got Jasmine. They've got all these other IPs for women and for girls. Why do you want to change the only stuff you have for guys in your tree of IPs to girl stuff? Makes no sense to me.
No sense at all. Ty then says, so the problem isn't woke, it's bad writing then. So shouldn't we change the discussion to bad writing as opposed to woke? We shouldn't. We shouldn't. You know why we shouldn't? Because people don't have the patience to log on to YouTube and analyze a script. People don't have the patience for that, bro. People have the time for surface level analysis. That's the truth of it. It's why podcasts like this will get like 100, maybe 1,000 views. But on average, what gets the most views is 30-second clips, bro. So what do people do? They've they've disingenuous presentations. They'll take the acolyte, they'll clip the power of one, the power of two, the power of many, and then they'll put a funny meme of of someone laughing, and then it goes viral, and the acolyte is now shit. So the weapon, like me and you can discuss writing in our off time. But these guys, right? The people that are making these movies at Marvel or whatever, what they need to do is make sure they don't have moments like the power of one, the power of two, the power of many. Because that's like a legendary meme now.
Mm.
There's an entire generation that's gonna meme on that for the next 10 fucking years. Because one person thought it, someone else wrote it, someone else filmed it, and then at the end, someone rubber stamped this motherfucker and said, post that on Disney
Yeah.
Plus. So although the problem is, yes, bad writing, the main issue is that the little marketing package, right, of woke, it sticks. It
Yeah.
sticks. And the only way to beat it is to improve the writing. Me and you can't improve it. We can't improve it. It's the guys at Marvel that have to do it. Is I Am Legend woke? So again, it goes back to what I've been saying 10,000 times before, bruv. I'm now repeating myself. I Am Legend is a good movie. You could have had a black man, a Chinese man, a Mexican man, a white man. You could have had whatever. The script was solid. You just didn't even need a great actor because I don't think Will Smith's a good actor.
But
You
Will
just needed
Smith is
someone.
Will Smith.
You just needed
He's
someone decent. Yeah, but if freaking Denzel made it, it would have worked out. If
yeah.
Cuba Gooding Jr. did it, it would have worked out. If Eddie Murphy, if Chadwick Boseman did it, it would have worked out. Michael B. Jordan would have worked out.
I don't think
Let's
so. I think only Will Smith could have made that work because
nah nah
he's a proper. No, that movie needed a superstar to work.
nah.
Otherwise, it's just not a generic. Do you know how many generic vampire movies were out the same time I Am Legend was out? For that movie to stand out, I really do believe it took the star power of Will Smith. Like no other actor, in my opinion, could have pulled that role off and made that movie relevant. Yes, you could have made the same movie, same script, but you wouldn't have made nothing at the box office with that story.
Remake Station says, "Were you okay with Super Woke Spider-Man 2 game or Last of Us 2? What is your threshold? God of War, Ragnarok, and okay." So now he's coming at me because I'm saying that the problem is not woke, and I maintain my position. Spider-Man 2, the handover from Peter Parker to Miles Morales could have been done way better. They messed up the handover. They completely ruined it. The Last of Us Part 2, they messed up Joel's death.
Yep,
So it's
agreed.
for me, I don't have a problem with Joel dying and Ellie becoming the protagonist. It was the natural progression of things.
Yep.
But the way they did it, it reminds me of like a quote that my first president, the first president of Mozambique, used to spout, which is you can be right about something, but the way you communicate how you were right can make you wrong.
Yep.
And I feel like these games suffer from that syndrome. The passing of the mantle, it can be a beautiful thing. Spider-Man 2 can be a beautiful thing. They botched the delivery. Last of Us 2, same thing. It was also a passing of the mantle, but they also messed up the delivery. God of War Ragnarok with blacks in Norse mythology. Okay, I will concede that one. I agree it's woke, but you like woke. You like Black Panther, Black Nick Fury, Black Star Wars characters. Your problem is writing, not woke. It's writing. That's your problem. Yes, no doubt. No doubt.
But there's a correlation, Tai. There's a correlation between the woke and the writing. That's
And
what we're
these guys,
saying.
these creators like Nerdrotic, they connect the dots. They connect all the dots. They make tables like this one. They make tables like this one. And then they're like, okay, all the movies that are helmed by diversity don't sell. The only ones that did was Black Panther, which was the first black male protagonist in the MCU, right? In the MCU, we're not considering Blade, right? So there's that caveat, and then there's Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel, which was the
Captain
movie
Marvel.
right before Endgame. Let's be honest, even if Ant-Man was the game before Endgame, it would have
Yep.
people would have watched it the same way. All right, you could have put almost any MCU movie right there, and it would have sold. So
Agreed.
that's what these guys do, and you can't argue logic, Ty. You can't argue logic, and then people fall a lot for correlation, although correlation is not tied to causation. As soon as you show correlation, 90% of the population is following it.
Yep.
That it just
Because
is
it
what
makes
is.
sense. It's what everyone can see.
Yeah. And again, it's like 30 seconds, 30-second clip. That's all we need. Are you allowed to like Lord of the Rings if you're not white? That's a loaded question. He represents everything wrong with the order. We still love him. Oh my god. Mace Windu was the best Jedi Master, in my opinion. He wasn't a passive warrior, he was aggressive and precise. So another example, Mace Windu. No one was losing their mind over Mace Windu. Why?
Don't say
Why?
because the writing was good.
I'm just saying. And dude, it goes back to the comic books that I was talking to you about Bishop in the 90s. It doesn't even have to be great.
Yeah.
But if I detect animosity from the creator
Yeah.
of what I'm consuming towards me, it's like, bro, why am I even engaging?
Yep.
You don't
Agreed.
even like me, bro. You
I
don't
know
even like
exactly
me.
what you mean.
What are we doing? Does it bother people when white people do blues or hip hop music? It doesn't bother me. I played girly games
Not
as a
really.
kid. They were good. The problem isn't girly games. The problems are bad girly games. Damn. Look, I don't think you're aware of the Barbie movie. They accused it of pushing feminist ideologies and attacking the patriarchy, which
Which it
Barbie
did.
never did. And oh my God. All right.
It
So I
did.
guess we'll discuss this next Monday.
Yeah.
Mace Windu is my favorite. He's super powerful. Okay. Nerdrotic's video on Barbie is titled Barbie Feminist Disaster. I told you this guy's a loser. So again, Ty, again,
So
this is why I'm telling you the whole thing needs it needs to have oxygen to breathe. You just brought up this one video of Barbie Feminist Disaster. I gave you an example real quick off the top of my head. Nerdrotic has at least 20 videos on just Captain Marvel. 20 at least. You brought me one video on Barbie. Can you make a playlist of this guy talking about Barbie? Because what probably happened is he made this video. The analytics showed that people aren't really interested in this because a lot of people disagree with you on this point. You know what he did? He kept it pushing. Simple as. If people agreed with him, the first off, the movie wouldn't have sold, and he kept on making movies because videos because people were going to keep on watching. But the analytics communicated to him that, bro, people don't agree with you. Would it
yeah,
bother you? Go ahead.
no, I was gonna say that, like, yeah, so that's one thing they didn't count on. They didn't count on Bobby becoming the success that it became. So they sort of jumped onto the same, which is where I feel that like they lose the plot. They sort of jumped onto the same sort of like bandwagon of, okay, it's got a female lead and it's got a very feminist messaging in the story, which it is there. It's not it's not an exaggeration. However, they didn't think the movie would be successful. What they didn't count on was this is not a Marvel property. This is a property made for women. So if you put feminist stuff in a movie made for women, women are going to watch it. But if you put it in a male property, there's no woman that's going to care about it. So
Wait, it says Ken got the Oscar. Is that for real, or is that like a joke?
he did get the Oscar. Yeah, Ken won the Oscar.
Ryan Gosling.
I think so.
Okay, so what? Did Margot Robbie also get an Oscar?
No, she didn't win anything for the movie.
Bullshit.
I'm
Bullshit.
serious.
There's no way.
I'm
Bullshit.
almost 110% sure about this.
Fuck
I'm
outta here.
googling now.
Stop lying. Stop lying. I don't even believe your Google. I'll do it myself.
Movie Oscar wins. Best Supporting Actress, Best Supporting Actor, Best Costume, Best Production Design, Best Adaptation, Best Picture. I think those were the nominations.
Wait, so she didn't win
Nothing.
like Best Actress?
She won Jack, Baba. It's the guy that won something.
But the movie won Oscars, so
yeah,
she did win an Oscar.
The movie did win Oscars, I think. I don't follow the Oscars.
Oh my god. I can't agree with the assessment. We accept that woke is in everything, but then when a movie is bad, we blame woke. But when it's good, it's not woke. That's my problem. The analysis doesn't work. Let me read that again. I can't agree with the assessment, okay? We accept that woke is in everything. No, woke is not in everything. So
why? But like, why is Ty insisting that it should be in everything? Like, is that what he's saying? Is that like?
I don't know. So we first off, we don't accept that woke is in everything. But then when a movie is bad, we blame woke. I don't agree with that.
Ty, do you believe that entertainment should be progressive?
But when it's good, it's not woke. Okay. I disagree. I disagree. When it's good, it can still be woke. Barbie's a good example. I think Barbie's a good movie. It's woke, but I think it's a good movie. That's not a problem. Matrix, my favorite movie of all time. Literally, it's about waking up. It stands for the original meaning of woke, Matrix.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic. At least the first three, because the fourth one, like the first three are like original woke. The fourth one is like modern woke, which is
it is modern woke.
People labeling everything as woke is BS. It's a way for us to label things, and pretending like it's not a label that a lot of people use is not a good way to live life, in my opinion, Sergeant.
I agree.
Did you watch Brokeback Mountain? No, I did not. Apparent forced agendas are what is considered woke these days. Woke had a different meaning years before being used again. Anything people don't like is called woke nowadays. I disagree. Joel became my favorite verb. The meaning of Joel is kill, spit, and disrespect a beloved character. See what I'm talking about? What's a cowboy? Oh my god. Honestly, I'm tired of the use of the word. Many characters got Joel off after that. Rip Han Solo. Yeah. Many characters. Yeah. You should have a poll. Who's worse, Nerdrotics or the Quartering? I would say the Quartering is bad. I think the Quartering is bad. If Denzel did I Am Legend, you know he will say his catchphrase, but with a twist for the dog, my dog. Probably. He has 20 videos on Captain America because it flopped. He didn't make as much on Barbie because the woke Barbie movie sold well. He couldn't cry about it. And the selling is a reflection of how people feel about a product. As much as we might disagree with that sentiment. Me as a Football Manager fan, for example, I know the Football Manager doesn't sell. It doesn't. It's just the fact. It doesn't sell. But I still love it. But I'm never going to sit here and say it's the greatest thing of all time. Right? Two things can be true. Like Football Manager cannot sell, and I love it. EA, FIFA can sell like a motherfucker, and I can say it's trash. my point is that with Barbie, most of the sentiment, the reason why he didn't attack it is because it won on both fronts. Not only did it sell,
Yeah.
people liked it. I think that's
It
why
reviewed well.
I think that's why it got off. I think if you go check those comment sections, if you go check the live streams and check the comments, I think people were pushing back like, "Yo, bro, no, no, no."
It's
Did
the
you?
same with
Yeah,
look.
but
It's I don't know if you saw Prey, the new Predator movie that came out last year.
I know there was a female protagonist. I did not watch it.
Exactly.
I haven't watched a Prey movie in a while.
Some of them, not all of them, in that community specifically started attacking it because of the fact that they were saying it's following the same trend, blah blah blah, and a lot of them went after the fact that like she's overpowered, she's this, and they just picked apart her character in a way that they wouldn't pick apart, like for instance Arnold when he was doing that stuff, because Arnold, action man, whatever. But I still thought that movie was brilliant. It was, in my opinion, my third favorite Predator movie, and I'm a huge Predator fan.
Yeah.
And again, taken on its own merit, it's a great movie. Like there is absolutely nothing wokish, or I didn't see any sort of, unless of course, of course, until they introduced the settlers, the Spanish, I think it was Spanish or the English settlers. Then of course that's where I suppose it becomes problematic for them.
How is that woke though? Because the settlers.
No, like it's historic, but they sort of like went into that whole thing of like, well, these settlers with guns couldn't kill one little Indian girl with an X type of thing, and
Damn.
that type of, you understand, like that type of like.
So speaking of woke and girl bossing.
Yeah. Femme Solo.
That's not the point, Ushers.
Hair Solo.
The point is she's using the back of her hand, right, to hit the helmet of a dude. And with one hit, not only does he pass out, but she's not feeling any pain, no nothing. I'm not okay with this. I think they should have made the animation be like she takes her gun out and she hits the dude with like the butt of her pistol,
Yeah.
So there's something there.
Yeah.
But so there's something there.
If you hit the dude with her butt, I would have been happy.
Yeah, there's some suspension of disbelief there. But what the fuck is that? What is that? And this is where it's like, okay, you need to have someone that is doing the quality control of, okay, this is cool, right? This is cool. This animation's cool. But does it make sense? Sergeant Sentinel takedown makes no sense. It makes no sense.
No, it doesn't.
Whatsoever. The fuck
but this is to me more like just like lazy Ubisoft design. Like this is like what I've been seeing in a lot of later, like the current Ubisoft games, that even the stealth in Assassin's Creed, man, doesn't feel as stealthy as it did in the first couple of games in terms of like.
Okay, so because Ubisoft is usually lazy, this is fine.
No, I'm not buying this. So to me, it's like stop supporting lazy design. But IGN is probably going to give this a 8 or a 9 out of 10.
All right, leave IGN out of this, please. These losers would also call Kill Bill woke. How can a girl kill all those men woke track?
That would be interesting, actually, to see if Kill Bill was. They wouldn't, because it's a Tarantino movie. They wouldn't call it.
You know what? I haven't seen Kill Bill in years. I need to go rewatch it. I'd like to see and objectively think about how people would receive it. I'm curious.
No, it's Tarantino. Tarantino is very raw towards women. So
what I do remember off the top of my head is that she was not girl bossing. She did win a lot of those fights, but she was not doing what we see on the screen, for example.
No, she wasn't.
She was not close to perfection or perfection personified.
I mean, the movie opens with her being killed by like all her most trusted confidants. They all shoot her at her wedding. At her wedding, while she's pregnant.
Yeah. and even her fight scenes, like just off the top of my head, a lot of her fight scenes, if I remember correctly, they were very like grisly, and they were not like one-sided and oh, she's so awesome. And the only flaw she has is that she doesn't believe in herself. As soon as she believes in herself, she'll be unstoppable. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. She was a really, again, it was a very well, what they call it, the bride, very well written character. Lots of nuance, all the, like she really was probably one of the best action characters that Tarantino has ever created.
I don't know. I'll go see the movie again. The stealth in Assassin's Creed 1.
Mm.
Look, a chair. I will sit here and people will forget I exist. I'm sorry, man, but that's part of blending in. You're never going to convince me that that specifically was a bad mechanic. Till today, that mechanic for me, top tier. The mechanic of sitting in on the bench and you have two people, two random people sitting with you, and then you blend in, or you pay those checks to walk with you, and then you blend in. For me, that was top tier game design. You
But
can't you
like,
can't yeah.
for me, I look at this and I ask myself, so who is the Star Wars game for? Who are they targeting here?
Ham's gonna play this day one, so
Okay.
anyone in the chat? Anyone interested in the Star Wars game? The Sniper Ghost Warriors game, the takedown has you stabbing your unsuspecting enemy through the armpit to collapse their lungs so they couldn't call for help. They should have just given her a shock stick or something. That bitch slap takedown looks odd with someone who wears armor. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The easier thing to do was to make her use the butt of her gun.
Of a gun, yeah.
And then, like, use the gun to knock out people.
Or
It
her
works.
actual butt. That would have also worked.
Oh my god. Game still looks awesome though.
I would have bought it.
Very tender. Not everything is freaking offensive to softies. Jeez, Reezy. Tell us what you really think. The reason why Kill Bill is different is because they show the audience how she earned those skills, and it was through hard work and insane dedication. It's not handed to her. Oh my goodness. Let's not get into the whole Star Wars thing again. Let's not do that. For the Star Wars game, you might be right about some artistic points, but it's more about the overall game. Sounds, looks good. Okay. Outlaw and Shadow will be very successful. I think Shadow will be. Who do you think is going to make more money? Star Wars Outlaws or Assassin's Creed Shadow?
Yeah. Jeez. Those are both L's in my book. So I don't know.
No, in terms of sales. Forget you personally.
Sales. Oh, actually, that's an even tougher question because the one is a Star Wars property, the other one is Assassin's Creed, and both of those properties sell. You have to make a really bad product under those properties for it not to sell at all.
Not to sell.
Yeah. If the games are decent, if the games are good, if the games are 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 games, it doesn't matter. People are still gonna buy them anyway.
It doesn't
It's
matter. Even if
if the game is 6, if this game scores 6 or Shadow scores 6 unanimously, then they fucked. Then they can forget it. They need to go back to the drawing board.
Nah, I think they'll still sell. It's the first Star Wars open galaxy RPG. Wait, wasn't the Jedi game, wasn't it open world as well? I don't understand
one?
what's the difference here.
Which Jedi
Because I
game?
remember traveling. I remember
Survivor.
traveling. Yeah, I remember traveling from like system to system on that one.
Yeah.
What's the difference? I'll play Outlaws when it comes to Game Pass. And with Kill Bill, she's
Good one, man.
always a split second away from death with every engagement. I love
Yeah.
Star Wars. Outlaws is a day one for me. Nice. Day raises another one interested. Shadow will win. Yep. I'd also think Shadow will win. Star Wars Outlaws.
Don't underestimate Star Wars selling power, dude.
Star Wars is a bigger brand. All right, sure. L's financially or Metacritic? Well, Oshus, I think this is for you because you said they're both L's. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Be right back.
So I would say that they would probably be L's from a Metacritic perspective. I don't think they're gonna do well on Metacritic. Then we need to see how they fare sales-wise. Sales-wise, it's gonna come. Yes, it's gonna be a combination of like how people see that that first word of mouth coming in, and then the marketing. Like I want to see how the internet, like, and again, the internet will just give you a gauge. It will not give you like 100% representation of how a thing is going to do. But how it's received within the first week will tell you how both of them are. If both of them get decent reviews, and they get, even if the audience reviews are not great, if they get decent IGN scores and whatnot, then the games will probably go on to sell well. If the reviews are bad, that's when they're going to have problems, in my opinion, I think. He says the issues with people have the issue people have is when we know an agenda is being pushed without any substance to back it up and make it good. So AC, I agree with you. And the problem is everything that's been released recently sounds like or feels like there's an agenda being pushed. Um, and it's obvious, and it starts with the reporting. It starts with the outlets, the popular outlets. They all have a slant on their stories, and the slant is always primarily against the gamer. It's always something negative to say about the gamer. Toxic gamers attack this developers. Toxic gamers say this racist thing about this person. It's always the narrative, and that's where it starts, in my opinion.
Oh my goodness. All right, so maybe drinking so much liquids during the podcast is not a great idea. Anyways, so this is Assassin's Creed.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's going to be a thing. We'll see.
I'm not sure, to be honest, how this is gonna go. It could go
Yeah.
either way. But what I was saying to AEC is that if it reviews well, look, the first week is gonna tell us how these games are gonna do. If they review well and they release in a good state with no like heavy bugs or errors, then they've got a good chance of making good box of, because word of mouth will spread. But if the reviews are in the shitter, then
all the dudes in Wakanda, maybe they want to.
All right, so let's go back to this thing, this thread. Grayson says he's just generally a racist, so much so that at this point he should honestly just come out and admit that he's a white supremacist. Never mind he's racially charged. He's racially charged comments about Echo. His racially charged. Oh my god. Check this comment out that he jokes won't make it in. Spoiler, it made it in. All right, let's see.
What there wasn't a lot of was men. Not sure what happened to all the dudes in Wakanda. Maybe they went off to get a pack of Salems and never came back. Oh shit! I don't know if I'll keep that one in. What there was.
Oshus, all right. Not saying that is.
But that's what I was saying to you. Is they make these kind of jokes all
Look,
the freaking time. And they're funny. Look.
again, to my point, bro. Funny is funny. Because remember, before we even saw this video, we commented on the fact that, yo, why are there no guys in Wakanda Forever? And the people complained about it. So what are we saying, that he shouldn't bring it up?
No, not at all. Like I'm just saying that like I'm glad you have those jokes, but then make some jokes about some good old Southern boys and stuff. Like, can we spread the ignorance and the whatnot a little bit further? Can we spread the jam?
Or
Can
just,
we?
I
Yeah.
need you to do the math. All right. I need you to put up a counter. X amount of jokes for black people, X amount of jokes for women, X amount of jokes for straight
That's not what
white
I'm
men.
saying.
No, I'm just saying you can't prove anything you're saying. Or the only thing you can prove is that people take the time, right? And this is exactly what this person is proving. The only thing you can prove and he can prove is that people take the time to clip when he makes jokes about black people. That's all you can prove.
I can prove more than that. It just will take time because I watch
All
the
right,
content along like
it's
a
fine.
lot.
It's fine. Well, me and you are going to be doing these for a long time, God willing. So take your time. Come up with a video, send it to me. We'll play the video. You can edit a video. Just put snippets of just so much hate and racism from these guys. Do that.
I wanted a back and forth with Eric July for that very same reason. And all I asked him was this, and then he got somewhat defensive. I said to him, I've watched a lot of your content, and
Oh my
a lot
god!
of the time,
Remix Station says spread the racism, please.
yeah, spread it out a little bit. Don't just focus it on one group.
Oh
Then
my goodness.
make it equal opportunity racism. So, and my thing with like Eric July, the only thing I asked him is that, like, well, you're very vocal about critiquing black or minorities or progressives, but I barely ever see any content of yours where you go after Republicans. And I said, you can go down your timeline right now. You will not find a video where you're going after Republicans. And then all his response was to me is, well, I'm in a market where I'm mostly surrounded by wokies, basically. And I'm surrounded. That's why a lot of my content is responding to them. And I said, okay, cool. It's a valid point, but I think it's a cop-out. I don't think you're addressing the fact that your narrative is very one-sided.
So I wanna address Sergeant Sentinel. Says he's not gonna make jokes about straight white guys because that's probably the majority of his audience.
Thank you. It's as simple as that. And he knows that they're not going to take likely to that. I don't know. Maybe he thinks his audience have a very small, they don't have a very strong backbone to be able to take a joke at their expense.
Yeah, I don't have much pushback to that. I don't. I just remember that when I watched like 2 or 3 or 4 of these videos of like Friday Night Tights, I did go in with the vision of, yeah, these guys are maybe slanted a bit racist or whatever, but when I was watching and listening, I was seeing shade being thrown all over the place. Obviously, I didn't have my shade counter, right, to see like, oh, this much shade for this race, this much shade for this gender. I didn't do that, but I did not feel like there was a disproportionate focus on, we hate black people, we hate women, we hate the gays, etc., etc.
I don't think any of those guys are racist or prejudiced. I just think they understand what's good business and where their bread is buttered, which is where, like, when you're asking me, are they grifters? How do you define a grifter? Or like, if you by the definition of what,
don't
like,
understand what a grift is. No one has been able to sit me down and break it down, and for me to say, yeah, that description actually makes sense, and I can apply it. Grifter to me, a lot of times it feels like it's the word that people throw at content creators they don't like.
I mean, the word is defined as a person who engages in petty or small scale swindling.
And who decides if they're being swindled or not?
That's my thing. I don't give them that label. All I'll say is that I just feel that their content is one-sided, and I don't like one-sided content. I prefer to have my content balanced, where a person sort of, like, that's why I like an Angry Joe. I think he's more balanced. He hates the things that I hate, which is the EA practices, the microtransaction things. That's the things that he goes after. But he doesn't make politically charged content for the sake of making politically charged content. There's so many guys. ACG is another one that makes great content. So many guys make neutral, awesome content.
The AEC founder Vic with another super chat. Thank you so much, brother. Says, I hate everybody equally. Spanish a little bit more. Have to respect
Is AEC Spanish?
I don't know. Have to respect it. Anyway, moving on to this thread. It says, you're just a little boy with a camera and a microphone. Take that away, and what are you? Racist, homo, transphobe, misogynist.
And the problem with this guy is he can't prove any of these things. He cannot find a single video where he will be able to prove substantially that the guy or Nedrotic is any of those things. And even, like, he said some racist stuff about Echo. Isn't Nedrotic married to an Asian woman? I believe his wife is Asian. That's like accusing Chappelle of being racist against Asians.
Bro, I saw something. Oh my god, is it still on my let me check my bookmarks. I have a bookmark, but we're supposed to discuss this another week. Someone said, what one of these journalists said that like white people trying not to be racist is racist in and of itself. Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
That shit, I lost my mind. I was like,
Yeah.
what? What? Oh my god, where is it?
Yeah, no. Where
Hold
do you draw
on.
the line?
Dude, essentially, you just have to off yourself.
You can't have an opinion, essentially. That's what it comes
No,
down
you
to.
can't exist, bro. Because the attack here, right? The attack here on these white guys is you as a white guy not being racist or putting in the effort not to be racist is racist in and of itself.
Yep.
That's crazy. So,
But that's the logic. Like, that's a lot of the silly logic that's out there today.
oh my god, where is it? God damn it. All right. First, I can't find it. All right. I can't find it. So, instead, we're going to look at one of the most deranged tweets ever tweeted as compensation for all the time that everyone sat here waiting for me to find this thing. Oshis, I need you to read
What's
that
up?
because if I read it, you'll think I'm lying. Read it yourself.
Men who don't wear jackets in cold weather do so with the express intent of intimidating women and to make women feel like lesser beings. If you see a man who's not, this has got to be a joke, right? A man who's not wearing a jacket when you're cold, then call him out on his toxic. I just think these people are fishing for like how we don't know, man. This is just what what what? No ways, bro. Like I don't see anyone with two brain cells sitting down and writing this earnestly and then believing this.
Anyways,
Otherwise, they're far gone, bro. Like there's no help for this person.
anyways, let's move on to the.
Who's this? Who's this? Look, so I can go and stalk their Twitter.
No, the person that took the screenshot blurred the
Oh.
person's thingy. Anyway, moving on. I have never been hit so hard in my life. It's up to the IOC to judge. Italy's Angela Carini, after lasting just 46 seconds against Algeria's intersex athlete Iman Khalif, biological firestorm at the Paris Olympics. Oshis, did you watch the match?
Okay, can I not comment on this one? Can I? I have a lot of thoughts and I have a lot of feelings, but I did watch. I did watch. There wasn't much of a match, but I did watch. Yes, and the thing is, you know what? You know Customers. Now you know the story of Custer. I don't think anybody.
Yeah.
And I am just as an African, I feel offended that like they did that. They allowed her, but they didn't allow Custer to participate. And they have the same thing. They both have like that because they both born female. They intersex, but they have a higher than normal test, whatever the technical term is.
Mm-hmm.
But Custer, because and again it goes back to that, like that, and again we're gonna get into race again, I suppose. Custer's a dark-skinned African woman. That other girl is a little bit light-skinned, yellow, and whatever, and like, and of course she's Arab and she's from that part of the world. Why? Why is that allowed?
Why it's allowed, I don't know. The IOC put out a statement. Actually, there's a video from what is it?
Because
Sky News. Okay, let's listen to
Yeah.
Sky News Australia. Let's listen to Sky News Australia. Hopefully, we don't get copyright struck for this, but I think it's necessary for the context. What's wrong with you, Saj? What's wrong with you? Both boxers have clinched their first Olympic medals after both made it to the semifinals.
And they're both intersex.
Yeah.
No comment. Like, look. Wow.
Listen.
We're listening.
Let
me sip my tea in my small teacup.
Bro, pictures usually, né? Pictures say a lot. Hey, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think Remake Station's right on this one. Just show the South Park video.
So, can I ask a question? And I've always wondered about this. What would plague the all sports to just create a different category? We've always had male, female. Create another category, just the same way we have the Paralympics.
No, that's not going to work.
Why?
Because the other category has. First off, there aren't enough of them to make a league.
What you can? I bet you can drum up a lot of like transgender, like whatchamacallit, athletes.
No.
I think you can. You have enough to compete.
No, it's 0.5% of the population.
No, precisely. But if 0.5 of that population is now being expected to compete against females, and they make it this far, it tells you that you've got a considerable amount that are.
It's 0.5% before you start subdividing by profession. Because here, in your example, you're looking at the 0.5% of the human population, and then if all of them are boxers, that's a lot of people, sure. But not all of them are boxers.
But I mean, you can then take like America, for instance. How much of the population is like, for instance, the black population versus how much of them are in the starting lineup of, say, a basketball team or a football team?
But then you walk into the wall that the WNBA has been walking into for decades.
Yeah.
No one cares.
Yeah, but then it's the WNBA's problem. That's not the problem of everybody
Yeah,
else
so
competing.
Oshus, if you're an
Yeah.
athlete, if you're a transgender athlete that's
Mhm.
already in women's sports that's already doing okay, why would you want to leave? And first off, for the rest of your career, you will not be relevant, because even for women's sports to be relevant today, hundreds of other women had to pave the way years ago.
So they must start paving the
So,
way
like,
now, then, don't you think?
who actually wants to do that? Who wants to sacrifice themselves on the altar of 2 or 3 or 5 generations from now? We will be relevant. It's altruistic. It's a nice
Yeah.
vision, right? It's a nice dream.
I'm
But
just saying.
in practice, who is going to sign up to that? How many people are going to sign? Who from the 0.05% is going to sign up to that? Dude, this is Sky News. This is the news, bro. Hold on, let me put some audio. There's no way this is the news.
Appalling. It's something that belongs in a South Park sketch. Algeria's
Oh my God. This is the news.
X chromosomes is appalling.
Listen,
It's something that belongs
this
in
is
a
the
South
news, guys.
Park
This
sketch.
is the, oh my God.
When men beating up women were, well, they were considered
What?
asked to compete in women's events. On what planet is that fair to the female competitors? There was a time when men beating up women were, well, they were considered cowardly losers, not brave and stunning and deserving of applause and Olympic medals. To see boxers with XY chromosomes punch on with real women with XX chromosomes is appalling. It's something that belongs in a South Park sketch. Algeria's Iman Khalid.
Bro, I didn't think I'd see this. Sky News right next to South Park. What's going on? Oh my God. All right, so I'll just briefly touch on this. Essentially it's what the reporter said there on the screen. Both of these athletes have XY chromosomes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not a biologist, but as far as I know, if you grow up through like the teenage years and you let those chromosomes affect your body, they alter your physique, your bone, to like the bone density. They
Yeah,
alter
of course.
your entire body to a state that's incomparable to a woman who they only have the XX chromosomes. So I don't know the scientific implications of all of this. I just know that it looks kind of sketch. You saw the pictures, Oshus. You watched the fight.
I did, and you can see the differences. You can see the difference in body structure and facial. Look, and my thing is, look, for me, I'm just speaking as a South African now. That I just find it unfair that that girl was allowed to compete, but Custer was not allowed. And the only difference between that girl and Custer, they both come from the same continent, is just the shade of skin and the fact that Custer is not an Arab. She's just a sub-Saharan African, and that woman is an Arab, probably Muslim, fairer skin, a Middle Eastern person, and they get to do that. But that the because she was supposed to be in these games, I believe, but the Olympic Commission or whatever,
yeah,
she was disqualified because either that or she had to take hormone suppressors to bring her hormone levels down. I wonder if they asked these girls to do the same thing.
Yeah. Oshus is concerned. Oshus is concerned about the skin color of the athlete.
Colorism.
I am concerned about, XX, Y, the usual rubbish. Welcome in, Taye.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
What's up?
Oh, good, man. Oh, good. Please tell us what you think about the whole boxing at the Olympics situation.
I think it's incorrect to say she is a man. I think people are trying to conflate this topic with the trans conversation. They're two very different ones. Does she have XY chromosome? It seems like, however, if you were to talk to doctors, just because you have a Y chromosome doesn't necessarily mean you get all these inherent benefits that men get. There's a lot more details involved in it. You do get some benefits for sure, but do you get all the benefits that I got? Probably not. There's a really good video on it where doctors are saying like genes are, so for example, the Y chromosome will trigger certain things to happen in your body, but not everything's going to happen, right? So let's say I get 10 out of 10 benefits, you might just get 5 or 4 or 3. So this person has I don't want to say it's a genetic disorder, but there's something there. But to just say you are a man, it's a very simple way of explaining this topic. It's a little bit more complicated.
But like Taya, I just want to ask, you know about Caster Semenya, Musna?
Yes, I do.
Remix Station, what the fuck?
So what do you think is different between her situation and this lady's situation? Why is she not allowed to compete?
From what I understand, not really. But I think the main problem is this is a new type of conversation we're having. It's not normal. Normally, when we see women, we never look at the chromosomes, right? We just know you're a woman because of the way you look. It's just the outward, just how your body expresses it. But now we're getting into this whole.
That's not true, Tai. I can have a beard and look like me and say I identify as a woman, and you have to call me a woman, and you have to believe that I'm a woman. So that statement you just made there, that's false.
That is somewhat true, right? But I think at the end of the day,
it's
whenever
true.
Well, no, it's not true. It's not true.
What?
I don't know. For example, I don't know if I don't know if a state, for example, would ever accept that. So, for example, if you went into some hospital, whatever it is, and you can tell them whatever you want to tell them, but I think on your passport does not define who you are, man or woman, correct?
I don't know. Luke is the one that brought this up. I do not.
Yeah.
I do not know any of this. I'm unqualified to debate the subject.
I'll give you guys an example. Yeah. So I was talking to some people about this, and I asked them a simple question: are there any men out there that just have the XX chromosome? They look like men, they act like men, but they have the XX chromosome. They're missing the Y chromosome, and the answer is yes, they are. They take medicine, because they have, so they still might have testicles, but then you obviously needs support. So my point here is, if you can see a man out there who has an XX chromosome, he's lived as a man all his life, are you gonna say, sorry, bro, you're a chick?
But the only difference is like where the issue becomes apparent here is the fact that these women, that guy, if he had to go compete against other guys, there's very few areas where he would be able to beat the other guys in like competitive arenas. Whereas with women, a lot of these women, if they get put against a normal woman, their odds, that's the only narrative I have. That's the only thing I can contribute to this conversation. That their odds are just far less in terms of, especially if we're talking about physical competition.
To some random in chat, I think the Washington Post confirmed an XY chromosome, but you might want I might want to double check that.
No. Also, to your point about the IBA have refused to provide evidence. Are you saying, some rando, the absence of evidence is the evidence of absence? Is that what you're saying?
This guy can't come here with that boondogs.
No, it's just a question. It's just a question, because it seems like the fact that the IBA has refused to provide confidential evidence, right? The fact that they're deciding to respect confidentiality, that is now evidence. Is that where we're going?
Yeah.
But I think it's an argument for, well, you can't disqualify her then because you have no evidence. Like people are making a lot of assumptions based on no evidence.
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem right there, right? Because they like when this whole story popped off, I was hearing that she was trans. Now we find out that okay, she's not trans. She's lived as a woman all her life. So that I think that's the issue there. You know what? If you don't have the facts to say she is a man or whatever it is, then we just leave it be. It is what it is.
The truth is, no one knows. No one has all the facts. Everyone just has bits and pieces. And the people that have the facts, they don't want to share. Whether it's the Olympic committee, whether it's the IBA, whether it's her herself, no one wants to share the actual facts. So what you do is you leave yourself open to interpretation.
Which is
It's
fine, I
why
suppose. Yeah.
it's why, for example, that's why Dr. Disrespect came out and said what he said, because he felt like the narrative was just going, and if he didn't address it, it was going to keep going, and it probably wasn't going to end in his favor.
hmm I think my take for the situation is, and this is a developing thing, right? I don't have any
Yeah.
concrete answers, and I think as more
No one
information
has
comes
it.
out, as more information comes out, I think we'll get to. I might even change my mind, but I think just my opinion on this would be the simplest. It's a complicated situation, but the simplest way to address it is just to say, if you have Y chromosome, you can't participate. It's unfortunate, and it probably sucks for a large portion of people out there. Sorry, not a large portion, a small portion of people
It's
out there,
actually
but
not
you
a
can't.
large proportion. It's literally not a large proportion of people that are affected if you make that decision.
Yes, correct. And I think because of that reason, we can say it sucks for you, but no, we're doing it this way.
And I just
yeah. Go ahead, Oshus.
No. The only thing that I have a problem with this is just the treatment, the different treatment of the two different. Both women are from Africa, but one
This
gets
guy's touched about
significantly.
cancer.
No, like I really am, because to me that was like, I mean, she won how many gold medals when she competed, like back in, I can't remember when, some other games,
I think
but
it was 3, if I'm not mistaken.
sorry,
But it was a record. It was a record.
I think so. I think she broke one. She did one specific. So I'm not an athlete person, but I was following that whole run with her, and they really made that woman go through a lot of shit. They put her through the ringer. They did all the stuff with this girl. They not, like, from their side, they're not putting pressure on her for that. They put Custer through all that shit. And there were no apologies, there were no statements, and eventually it was a situation where she couldn't compete. I don't know all the details, but I wonder what is their rationale for allowing one situation and not another. Because Custer is exactly the same in terms of, like, genetically, in terms of, like, what's happening.
For anyone that doesn't know, that's Caster Semenya.
She was she broke several records a while back at the previous Olympic Games and other athletics, and she's got the same XY chromosome. And they banned. Well, I don't want to say they banned her. They said to her that she needs to reduce her testosterone so that she can be able to compete. They gave her very strict regulations as to how she would be able to compete.
Shawty
Yes,
looks
yes.
like my cousin Dante.
Oh my god. Oh my god. All right.
You're terrible. You're a horrible person.
How am I horrible?
No comments.
So
is that mean? I'm sorry. Is that mean?
Well, Oshus doesn't think so.
Is that
He's having the time of his
inappropriate?
life.
Is that inappropriate? I'm.
It's funny how you said
Maybe
it.
my cousin looks a little feminine. I don't know.
So Dr. Disrespect posted this right here, and then this guy responded with the underage person playing checkers with him and the backpack, alluding to Dr. Disrespect's situation with minors, texting minors.
That's fucking wild.
His
That's
situation-
wild that somebody took a picture and said this is the other side of the table.
Yeah. Do you guys think that Dr. Disrespect should be allowed to make a comeback?
Should he be allowed? I mean, I say
I think
sure. You know why?
I think the audience determines it.
You know why I want to say yeah? Because all y'all motherfuckers can go over there. You see what I'm
What do you
saying?
mean? No, I don't understand.
It's always good to know who your friends are and who you hang out with and where as Luke would say, where they rock up at.
Oh.
If you're rocking up at a Dr. Disrespect stream after this shit,
You're taking notes. Ham is taking notes.
yeah. Folks is looking. So I mean, hey, if you want your own private, private stream, or you want to be public and you want to allow people to come over there, what's the difference between that and having your own? What's the difference between that and him like running his own business? Like, should he not be allowed to run his own business and stuff like that? You know what I mean?
I agree.
So like you can you should be able to have the right to do whatever if you didn't break the law.
Yep.
Right? But I have the right to say I ain't going over there and that motherfucker weird. And then everybody being like, yeah, let's go on ahead and just, like Kendrick did, go on ahead and put an X on this part of the map right here. Here it is. Don't go here.
He a fan.
I'm just saying you got the right to conduct your business, but don't be mad when there's a lot more people that don't like your business than like it.
All right. So Ham wants him to come through, but only to expose.
Wants is not what I said.
All right. Ham is cool if he comes through.
Cool is not what I'm said.
My God.
I'm continuing to live. Whether he chooses to bring a business back or to kill it. I tell you what, whichever choice he makes, it's not affecting my day to day.
Look, I sent you an image on your Twitter.
Hold up, let me check what poison you sent me, Ty. Hold on.
As for Dr. Disrespect, listen, he didn't get charged with anything. He hasn't, he hasn't been found guilty of everything. So if he wants to come back and if people want to watch his stuff, then go for it. That's just what it is. Like I don't care.
Ty sent me this just now. It says bigger arms, thicker neck, wider torso, thicker legs, and she was calling Iman a bull. Quoting this one that said, mind you, she spent all of yesterday straight up portraying herself as a little dainty woman, a small being. All right, so I'm going to dox my wife just a little bit. So my wife is a doctor. She actually studied medicine. And when we met, she was actually a bit larger than me physically. So speaking to this point, right? But I was still literally stronger than her in every single metric. And we had a joke about that, and I was like, but you have thicker calves than me. And then she explained to me that that's not how muscle and strength works. That's not how tendons are developed. That's not how bones and like the muscle sinews or tissues or whatever, that's not how you gauge them when you're talking about a man and a woman. If you're talking about a man and another man, you can compare mass all you want. But as soon as you compare a man and a woman, you can't compare the two. And this is why I continued to press that I accept that I don't have all the facts. I don't. But if we all agree that the person in red has XY and the person in blue has XX, I don't care how big she is. Because I have seen literal fights between big women and a guy that's just regular size. And there's like two women at fucking markets in Mozambique or wherever. I've seen it live. And bro, it's not right. When a man wants to physically dominate a woman, it's not right. You can clearly tell that, okay, that was a man. So this is all fun and games and whatever. Cool. I'm just talking like IRL, just like we saw in the fight itself. I was not comfortable watching Iman's fight against the first chick. I don't know how the fight went with this blonde chick, but the 46 seconds, that was very uncomfortable to watch. That's all I have to say about this specific picture. It's still funny though, but
in relation to the you know, the 26 seconds or 46 seconds, like, keep in mind, like, she has lost battles before. She's lost matches. So, you know, there's just matches of her getting her ass kicked as well. Like, you know, she hasn't been dominating, steamrolling every single woman.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
So I think just kind of speaks to the fact that, like, it's not as easy as people are trying to make it out to be. If they really want to make it easy, they could just say you got Y chromosomes, so you're done. And I think that's fine. You know, if they want to do it that way, if that's the rules, that's the rules. But it's a little bit more complicated. Like, for example, if I was to see her, you know, and she was telling me she's a woman, I wouldn't say, well, I heard you got XY chromosomes, so you're clearly a dude. Like, I don't think anyone would even think that, right? So it's a little bit more nuanced as some of these surface level takes that you're seeing online.
And a lot of people are uncomfortable with just saying, I'm not sure and I don't know. For some reason. Everyone just needs to be an expert at shit. Go ahead, Oshas.
What I have a problem with is that, like, how shady Italians are. Italians are very fucking shady, especially at competitions when they're losing. And I found that girl's performance fucking shady. Like, the Italian girl, like, she knew the whole time, and the way she played it off, like, she's this, and I agree with the statement here, like, she's this princess now all of a sudden that just broke a nail or that just feels harmed or stuff that, I mean, I've seen what Italians do, like, even like in going back to soccer World Cups, when France was playing the final against Italy, and then they started doing.
Sorry, Big Mad Mo. The one on the left has XY. The one on the right has XX.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Osher.
Like, I mean, like the like when Zidane hit butted, like, I think the one Italian guy, and they ended up losing the game because of what he said. Yeah. And then they went back home only to go to deal with corruption charges and all this kind of stuff. So I don't put it past the fact that
I would tread lightly. I would tread lightly on judging an entire country.
I'm just saying those people have like they're very dodgy when it comes to international competition.
Brother, those people. Are you serious right now?
Yes. The Italians. I'm talking about athletics. I'm talking about in athletics.
I'm going to stop you for your
I'm talking about in athletics. I'm talking about in athletics.
Okay. Just stop it, dude. Any type of generalization of a group of people is not. It's not. You don't want to go down that path. It's a cold alley. There's no lights. There's thugs with knives there. Don't go there, bro. Trust me. It never ends well. As long as they find people with extra chromosomes, that's rude. Wow, so racist. You know what? I think she just got her ass whooped and now tried to save face. Probably, maybe. I don't know. We don't. Anyways, Oshas, you didn't give us your take on Dr. Disrespect.
I really don't have an opinion on that. Like, it's happening. It seems to be happening to everyone. I mean, it happened to Mr. Beast recently, so it seems to be going around. There seems to be a little bit of a fever going around. So yeah, good luck to him, you know, and all the best for the future.
All right. Osha says all the best for Dr. Disrespect. I mean, that's all you need to know about Oshas, really. He wants all the best for Dr. Disrespect.
Why not? He's like the dude didn't break any laws.
Ham, I hope you're taking notes. Anyways, let's look at at the state of hip hop in 2024. For anyone that actually likes hip hop, I would say cover your ears or like go and take a leak or something, because the next 35 seconds will not be pleasant. Here we go.
I'm a freaky hoe. He lick from the front, ass in his face, tongue in my booty hole. Trip this nigga out, pussy water make him drown. I don't need no more friends, I need more bands in my account. My pussy wet hoe, yeah, he cut the check, so I'ma bring my friends to his section through the back door.
Turn it off.
In this bitch, need it.
Turn it off. It's my fucking birthday. Stop doing this.
All right. Taye.
Oh, happy birthday, man.
How high on the Billboard charts do you think this one's gonna go?
All right.
Not high at all. I think this is no one cares about this music. The music doesn't, like right now, if you were to even look at like the top best-selling albums of 2024, or even the best like albums, reviewed albums, you have Vince Staples there, you have Schoolboy Q, like like everyone's talking about Kendrick, the Lil Sims is there, 21 Savage. Like these people don't register. Megan Thee Stallion is even up there as well, and even her songs are a bit iffy. But this is not new. We saw this with Lil Kim. And we saw this with, Nicki Minaj.
Lil Kim was good at it, though, and she did it at a time where nobody else was doing it. So I almost take Lil Kim out of the equation, because Lil Kim was like Lil Kim was a trendsetter. This is a person following a trend.
Yeah, but then you can say that Lil Kim is the reason we have this bullshit. She's the queen. She's the problem.
I guess, but I mean, she's not the reason that every single person decided to do it. She just went off of what sold, right? Sex sells, right? So that's what this person's doing, but everybody's doing it. So now it's not trend setting. It's not interesting. Like there were other women artists that survived around Lil Kim that didn't do this stuff, right? Remember Eve, E.B.G, Queen Latifah. Mm-hmm. There's a ton of dope women. Even what's her name was wildly sexy and actually had beef with Lil Kim, Foxy Brown back in the day.
This is true. But like, for example, there's a lot of women out there who aren't as into this, or maybe not as crazy, right? I think Saweetie, maybe she's a little bit iffy like that, but you have what's that girl who was like Kendrick? There's a lot. Like, put it this way, I would always tell whenever my female friends tell me like, hey, listen, there's not enough female rappers in the game, the patriarchy, I say just Google top 50 female rappers in 2023, 2024, and you're gonna get a host of them who do not do any of this buffoonery.
That's a fact.
So if so when she comes, I'm like, listen, this is what people want to, this is what sells in terms of the media or whatever it is. But we all know that if you want good music, you can go find good music. It's fine. It's not that deep. I think female rap is in a good position. Male rap is in a good position. And the only reason why we're talking about this topic is because sex does sell. Me and Usher have had this conversation before. Sex does sell. People like this kind of ratchet stuff, and that's perfectly fine. Let them like it. That's what they're into. But she's not selling sales. Her album isn't selling nothing. Let's just get out of the way. Like, if this is only trends. I remember it was there was a rapper, I can't remember his name, but he does shows. No one shows up. His music sucks, but his music is good for Instagram and Twitter and all this kind of memes and stuff. But when you gotta perform, when you gotta make money, no one's going because you're a joke. She's not making. No one's gonna go buy her fucking tickets.
Damn.
I mean, he's
Usher, you're muted. You're muted, Usher.
He's 100% spitting right there, because it's just like, you're going to go to a concert because you enjoy the music, you enjoy the vibe, you enjoy what's going on, and you usually enjoy what's being said, right? But even sometimes in like party music, like, I feel like the difference between her and somebody like who's that chick with the orange hair? Big ass.
Ice Spice.
Damn, Ashes, you were quick.
Oh shit, that was quick, bro. That was quick. I'm concerned.
But
I'm
anyways,
white.
You guys are
but
being
I'm white.
extra.
so the difference between her and this chick right here is that I feel like Ice Spice actually tries to keep it somewhat like, even though she's mad inappropriate, she knows where the edge is to where it's in just too much, right? As to where a person like this on the screen is literally just making something to get a quick reaction out of. No one's going to this concert to listen to this person say this stuff. Nobody's like allowing their kids to listen to any of this stuff. None of this is even close to making the radio at all. So like, but like an Ice Spice, she can make the radio because she knows how to tread carefully around, or at least the people around her know how to tread carefully around certain subjects and where to kind of cut off a certain part of the topic. Like, yeah, you talk about my ass, but I'm not talking about you sticking, yada 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 yada. I'm not even gonna go down that route, right? But you see what I'm saying? This woman, she started out the, if you want to call it a rhyme, just absolutely just going for the just going straight for the not rateable, just going straight for the not rateable tab, and it's just like, yeah, I mean you can't even take it serious. You can't even take it serious, because I can guarantee you that if she was sitting at a bench by herself and that dude rolled up and said, "Yo, I seen your video, you bout that?" She gonna be like, she's gonna be a normal fucking woman. But in this video, she's the freakiest motherfucker you done ever seen. I mean, to me, that's kind of today's society. Is everybody likes to portray something, but then when it comes time to show up, hey, Ice Spice, spit me a freestyle. Oh, you're twerking? Got it.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
Got it.
She just turned around and just like, there
We
you
know
go.
who you are now. You've been revealed.
Here's your boss.
A true lyricist would have grabbed that mic before they even said anything, before they even asked. Let's get it popping. Ice Spice looked at the camera and said, "My career is on the line. I'm gonna start twerking."
Tragic.
And, as bad as it is, I think it's okay. I think I think music is broad. These people can exist, and the real ones, like we had in 20, like we just had a beef with Drake and Kendrick. Kendrick set everyone on fire with "Not Like Us," whatever. It's okay for for us to hear that, and then to hear this garbage. Like, it's perfectly fine. I think everything has its place. I remember I was watching not watching out. I was somebody showed a Twitter of a concert that Meek was performing in. And so was Kendrick. And when Meek was performing, everybody was there because Meek makes turned up music. So everyone in the concert was going crazy. And then when it was Kendrick turned to perform, people half the people left to go get coffee or whatever, because Kendrick's album isn't about that kind of turned up kind of vibe. And I think it's fine. We can have different types of music for different types of moods, and we can have these kind of people making this kind of trash music
like that live, bro.
I'm not a fan of, I'm not that big of a fan of Kendrick. I'm more of a Drake kind of guy. I wasn't.
Why you doxing Kendrick like that? You said this man said, "Yo, man,
Yeah,
that Kendrick came on and I went and got a drink."
Man, no,
coffee.
You're a fan.
Ty walked away and he's like, "I don't want to be like you."
I just thought that whole thing was a bit corny, man. This whole like, you're white, you're this, you're that. It's like, what the hell are we talking about here? Like, it's silly.
Yeah. All right.
No, but I 100% agree with Ty, because it goes right back to what we just got done saying about Dr. Disrespect. Make your shit.
Yeah.
But make it for the people over there, not for me. Go on somewhere with that shit. I ain't trying to see it. You got a concert over there? Okay, cool. I'm gonna be on the other side of town.
Yeah.
I ain't going.
I'm curious to see what Drake, like his first song. I think his first song is gonna have millions of people listening. a lot of people are gonna be interested in.
What do you mean? He's made music since then.
Has he?
Yeah. He had that one song that came out not that long ago. Just like what was it? There was a leak of a song just like last week of him and Yachty.
It's not like us.
I don't think he's really going after Kendrick anymore.
No.
Oh, okay. You took the L like a man. All right.
I almost feel like I almost feel like honestly, he's kind of just trolling motherfuckers. He's just kind of just poking as many hives as he can at this point because he clearly realized who was in that video. Okay, I'm gonna troll your ass. Oh, I seen you dancing. I got you. Hey, Rick, I got something for you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's just kind of the way it looks like he's moving right now. And if that's the way he wants to do things, that's the way. It's not really what I want to hear exactly. If that's what he's kind of doing, if he gets, but like his last song with the Yachty thing, I was digging that joint. I don't really think he is really. I don't know personally. I don't dig as far into lyrics as many people do, but like, I didn't really think he was dissing anybody in particular in the Drake or I mean in the Yachty with himself leak that just came out. I thought that song was pretty hot. If you haven't heard it, go ahead and give it a listen at some point. It's pretty dope. But yeah, I'm just hoping he doesn't continue to try to troll because that's what it kind of seemed like his demeanor was going towards.
I hope he goes back.
He hanging out with 50 Cent. Come on, man. You can't say he ain't on no troll game.
I hope he stays pop. I hope he goes back to being pop and stays in his lane. All this business about trying to act street, trying to act gangster, that's not going to work out.
I don't want him to be pop. I just want him to be what he was when
he was pop too.
But at the same time, I feel like I say that about any artist. Like, because I anytime a new Eminem album comes out, I'm like, damn, I miss the old shit. Like, even if the new shit's hot, I'm still like, man, it's just not that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And he's supposed to be the GOAT, right? You know, I mean, how many times do we say that about not only artists, but like athletes and everything? Oh, we expect them to flip the switch and be what they were. Like a few years ago, think about Derrick Rose. Come on, man, bring out that old Chicago Bulls. He was like, bro, my knees.
I never rated Derrick Rose. He was such a limited player, even at his best. In my opinion,
that's incorrect. I feel
it's cool.
I feel like Derrick Rose in his prime was like a level under LeBron, like a level and a half under LeBron. A level to a level and a half under LeBron.
And he couldn't shoot. That's very limited.
He was okay at shooting. He was no DeRozan, but he was okay.
You can dunk all you want, but when you're short as fuck and your shooting percentage from the floor is below 50, it's not cool. And then the free throws as well, below 80. Like his assists also. He didn't average close to 8 assists per game. For me, I always saw him and I was like, oh, this is not going to go far. It's not going to go far. And I was proven right. I've never rated Derrick Rose. No offense to him.
That's wild.
Yeah. Even when he won, like, didn't he win like 2 MVPs, if I'm not mistaken?
Something like that. But I mean, that in itself, I mean, says a lot. Injuries, I mean, they change the trajectory of it. I mean, look at Drew Bledsoe. Tom Brady rose from the ashes because of him.
Yeah, but
he was on the highest paid quarterback contract.
Yeah.
He got hurt.
But life, especially sports, is not about what could have been.
It isn't, but like saying that somebody is not good or not great.
Michael Jordan could have not been 6-0. And basketball is a results-based business. You can talk about all the MVPs you want, but unless you win the big thing,
that's not true.
You're just Charles Barkley.
That's not true. Because then we're talking about a ton of the NBA. Then we're talking about a ton of greats.
Yes,
we're gonna say that Allen Iverson isn't on that pedestal.
Allen Iverson dragged the Sixers kicking and screaming to the finals. Derrick Rose didn't even get to the finals
because of LeBron.
Bro, again, Ham. Just because you play in the same conference as Jordan,
so Karl Malone, John Stockton,
they made it to the finals. They were lucky, right?
Yeah, they got thrashed every time. They didn't never get past.
But they made it to the finals.
But they never got past. Loki, that's the same thing that you're saying about. That's the same thing you're saying about Derrick Rose. It's literally the same.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you, that when you're doing levels, of greatness, it's, did you win championships? Did you make it to the NBA finals? Did you at least make it to the goddamn conference finals?
Derrick Rose didn't he? Didn't he make it to the conference finals?
And that's fine. And that's fine.
Well, that's walking back your statement, though. Then
it's not walking back the statement. I'm saying,
you're saying if you didn't make it to this level, and then I say, hey, you did make it to that level, then you're like, hold on.
I've never rated Derrick Rose as an all-time great. I'd never. Even when he was doing his thing, I was like, okay, I want to see him do it when it matters. Because during the season, James Harden can do it for you during the season. Do it in the playoffs when people are game planning for you, and it's game 1, game 2, game 3, game 4, game 5, game 6, game 7. Do it.
So then you can't. So then you can't be mad for somebody that leaves a team to go to another team just to get a championship. You can't.
Are we talking about Kevin Durant right now?
No, we're not. We're just talking about anybody that's out there playing basketball. You're telling me they didn't solidify their greatness until they get a championship, and I'm saying, all right, fine. Then whoever gets a championship, I guess. I guess we can throw Jason Tatum up on that list now, a possible greatest of all time, because he made a championship.
Yeah, and context matters. Context matters, because
I think that's wild that you're saying that.
Robert Horry, you can't count Robert Horry, because if I'm not mistaken, I think Robert Horry.
Why not? He has more rings than Jordan.
And again, Ham, context matters.
Yeah, he got a lot of game winners. Is he not great? He got championships off of his back.
He led.
They didn't win without him. They didn't win with. If he was not there, did they win?
Oh my God, Ham.
I'm just saying, if he wasn't in at the end of the game,
if a wish was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. Again, it goes back to what I just said again. Sports, just like life, it doesn't matter what could have happened.
It matters what did happen. And Robert Horry won 7. What, he won like 7 of them things?
And also what did happen is that he didn't average more than 10 points in any of those championships.
So he did his part. When the time came, he did what he was there to do.
There's no doubt that he did his part.
Well, then that makes him pretty great at his part.
One of the best individual players to ever play the game. It makes no sense for you to make that correlation. That you made a couple of
so to my point, then to go back, is Derrick Rose greater than Robert Horry
as an individual player?
The thing that we've been talking about this whole time.
Yes.
Yes. Then what you just said about championships matters doesn't. Championships doesn't take away from the greatness of somebody. We're gonna go in
circles. We're gonna go in circles all night, but I'm willing to do this with you, Ham. Context matters.
He has context.
That's why one player can play for the Charlotte Hornets, not make the playoffs, average 40 points, and not qualify for MVP voting because of context. They're not just looking at, oh, did you win a championship? No. What's the context of this championship that you won? It's not, oh, you scored 40 points every game for a season, so you're the MVP. No. What's the context of these 40 points? Do you understand what the point I'm trying to make here?
The point that you're trying to tell me is that Klay Thompson is somehow a Hall of Famer over Derrick Rose because he has championships and he had some sort of consistency, and I disagree. Yes. Absolutely disagree.
Hell yes. Hell yes. Klay Thompson is way better than Derrick Rose.
Hey, ignorant hell yes is fine with me. Go ahead and run with it.
All right, you're the one. You're the one going starting with calling names. I'm just. Calling,
I didn't call you any names. I said an ignorant hell yes.
There's only one person
that's not a name call. That's not a name call.
Yes, there's only one person that said hell yes. Yeah. All I know is as soon as the name calling starts, that's a dub right there. Because now we're not arguing the point. Now we're just pointing fingers. Dominic was the best to never win. Win.
He's not that great though, you see, because context matters. He needs some championships.
All right.
Not good
Ham doesn't want to keep it on subject. It's cool.
I'm on the topic still.
I'll keep it on subject. Dominic was the best to never win. The best to never win. Was there anyone better than Karl Malone? I can't think of anyone better than Karl Malone. Dorian Gray. Think about it, dude. This guy was the number one leading scorer. Well, not the number one, but he was number two. And all those trips to the finals and the Western Conference finals. I don't know, dude.
The L's that he took to not be that great.
Dominic did not do that with the Hawks. Man. I think Karl Malone is probably the best to never win. Derrick Rose's career has been a 6-man. His peak was very early. Again, some players get unlucky with injuries. Tracy McGrady. Whenever we talk about injuries, I always think about Tracy. Karl Malone is dirty. Yeah.
But I think Tracy McGrady was a great as well. Tracy McGrady was another great that never got to live out the rest of his career. Just like Derrick Rose.
Keep coping, Ham.
I'm just telling you, it is what it is.
Yes.
Is that wrong?
Karl Malone is dirty. Yes, Big Mad Mo. But
you're answering questions you only feel like answering.
Well, I'll get to you, Ham. I was responding to Big Mad Mo.
You interjected me real quick and then got away. Why don't you keep talking to me, bud?
1 minute. Karl Malone is dirty on the personal sense. But I was responding to Dorian Gray's question, or not question, but assertion that Dominic was the best to never win. I'm talking basketball, strictly basketball.
I think that's what we're all talking about.
Big Mad Mo. Like, no, I know it's pretty. What he did off the court was terrible, but let's look at just basketball.
He's talking about on the court. He was a dirty player. He was. Why do you think him and Rodman went out it so much? They were both two dirty ass fucking players.
I think it was rough. I don't think it was dirty.
It was dirty.
He didn't do it without John and Jeff. Get it right. Yeah, John Stockton did help him a lot. No doubt. But again, to my point, one, the context of were you like the number one or the number two? And did you win and get far? And
Derrick Rose did both of those. Derrick Rose literally did both of those.
It's not Derrick Rose's fault that the Bulls didn't give him a proper number two for him to get to the NBA Finals. But it still remains the fact that he didn't get there. The same way we can't sit here and say, oh, Jordan actually wasn't that great. What really happened was the management of the Bulls was great, and they gave him Pippen. So Jordan was kind of just an eye. No, we give Jordan all the props, or most of the props. So we can't have one theory going forward, but it doesn't match going backwards, in my opinion at least. Just go and watch Last Dance and what Matt Damon Air movie.
I mean, how about Reggie Miller while we're at it?
God
Always got
damn.
top two.
Fucking
that
Madison Square Garden. That was iconic. John Stockton and
How
Jeff
about
Green.
the Knicks? Patrick Chewing.
You go up against the GOAT, you lose. It just is
LeBron,
what it is.
Derrick Rose. I mean, we're still saying the same stuff, right? LeBron and
Again,
Derrick Rose.
yeah,
He got
and,
stopped
and,
by LeBron, just like Jordan stopped Ewing, and he stopped Reggie Miller, and
Yeah.
I mean, he stopped a lot. He stopped the whole Hornets.
yeah.
A lot of people on those teams are great.
I'm not saying Derrick Rose is not great. I'm saying he's not an all-time great. I'm saying for his generation, he's definitely in the list of like top 10, top 20, maybe top 50, sure, whatever. But in the history of the NBA, you can remove Derrick Rose and nothing is missing there. No one is bothered. Same thing for T-Mac,
you're
and I
not.
love it. Same thing for T-Mac, Yao Ming, etc.
Yes, everybody in Chicago, I think they'd be a little bothered about that.
You can't talk about the NBA history and leave out Kobe Bryant, for example. You can't do it. You can't leave out LeBron.
He's literally one of the top 10 players of all time.
T-Mac.
No, I'm talking about Kobe. You just mentioned Kobe.
That's what I'm trying to say. For me, all-time great players.
The Hall of Fame has more than 100 people in.
And that's the problem, in my opinion. That's one of the problems with the NBA Hall of Fame. Everyone gets on it. The NBA Hall of Fame needs to be more exclusive, in my opinion. Everyone gets on it. How did y'all get on this topic, bruh? All I said was Derrick Rose was not one of the all-time greats, and even the NBA agrees with me because he's not in the all-time 150 best players of all time or whatever. But you let Ham tell it, he deserves a spot there. Checkmate, Loke, just let it go. Okay, sure, bro. Let's go to Ninja. Ninja is old as hell, but looks like he's 20. I don't know how he does it, but here he is. Anyway, DeSoto said here, I'm never alone in a room. This is a quote from Ninja. I'm never alone in a room with another woman. Ninja spoke on his relationship and why he never DMs anyone outside of his boys.
If I don't know you, I'm not DMing you.
Let's
like I don't do that. I go out of my way to make sure that I am never even alone in another room ever in any moment. Like even like my PR person. Like it doesn't matter who it is. I don't care if they work for me, whatever, bro. There is someone else in that room at all times. If we're alone, I leave instantly. That's on like fidelity, right? As for anything else, dude, it just I don't DM anyone. Bro. I DM my boys. Like I DM like guys in the community. No, there's no private messages going on with any girls. If there are, it's like someone like Chica, or like just like people in the space, and then I let my wife know. And then as for like people that I know, bro, if I don't know you, I'm not DMing you. I don't want to get to know you, dude. I don't want to find out you're only 7. Like, like I don't do that.
I don't find out you're only 7. All right, fellas, is Ninja out of line? I don't know if Ty is still here.
In what way?
With what he's saying, I'm never alone in a room with another woman.
No, I mean it makes perfect. If you're a person of interest, you need to be careful who you associate with, especially when it comes to this type of stuff. And I mean, again, like he's right. Like, why is Dr. Disrespect DMing fans? Like, that's weird, man. That's like weird behavior.
But you have to reach out. You have to talk to your community.
Why? There's a community manager for that. There's official channels for all of that stuff. You don't have at any point in time to have a discussion and be sharing inappropriate jokes or whatever with a fan, dude. Why?
Okay. Inappropriate jokes. I'm with you on inappropriate joke. But this guy's talking about, bro, I'm not even like talking, engaging to another human being.
Yes, they're fans. Like there's a line there. Like you can't. There's a lot of things that you need to. Yeah.
He also says you're even his publicist. Hold on.
I don't DM anyone. I DM my boys. Like I DM like
Wait.
guys in the community. No, there's no private messages going on with any girls. If there are, it's like someone like Chica or like.
He said something about his publicist here earlier.
My PR person. Like it doesn't matter who it is. I'm like.
Here we go.
There. Like my PR person. Like
even his PR person. So even his publicist, this guy's like, we're not talking.
Yeah, but he's saying that he's not alone with people without.
Yeah.
That's what he was referring to.
For you, that makes sense.
Yes, absolutely. If I was in Dr. Disrespect's sort of situation with all that money and all that investment and all those businesses hanging on I'm the IP. I need to protect that IP by all means. And you can't be reckless and be chatting with 17-year-olds and any of this stuff. You need to get away from all that stuff. All that it's going to do is going to cost you a whole bunch of money.
I think this is wild. I think that's too much of an overcorrection, in my opinion. Boga quote tweet says, contrary to popular belief, you can be in the same room with a woman without cheating on your wife. I'm not 100% with him, but I kind of agree with his sentiment that, bro, come on. This is a bit much.
I don't really think it's too. It's a bit much. It's just his preference, like if you prefer not to. I mean, we all have a level of trust that we're willing to deal with ourselves, and maybe he doesn't trust himself being around that many other people or talking to that many other people or being or check this part out. This part is probably the most key part. Giving that many other people the attention.
Yeah.
Because the backlash of what you're seeing in today's kind of media is so easy to turn things around on somebody or make something up or, pretend that something happened that didn't happen, I guess. So I think what he's doing is super smart, but I mean, personally for myself, I wouldn't be that standoffish to other people. But at the same time, I don't have near as many followers and people watching the show and people engaging and people trying to talk to me as he does. Like if we had thousands of people watching right now, or even hundreds of people watching right now, there are people within those hundreds or thousands that will DM you and try to have conversations with you and stuff like that. I mean, just having a small show like this, I've had people in my DMs before giving me topics, telling me what I should be talking about, asking me my opinion on this, trying to, rage bait me or get me to like tweet out something that they said or whatever, right? If I had hundreds or thousands of those people doing that, well, then now I need to protect my peace.
Yeah.
And I need to really figure out who am I willing to talk to and who am I not. Now, like I said, I feel like he may be going a little overboard with the whole, like, I don't even talk to my PR person or stuff like that, because then it kind of looks like, is there some jealousy in your household? Like, does your woman not trust you? Do you not trust yourself? Like, it seems a little over the top, and maybe he was playing over the top because that's what content creators do when they want views, is they say something overboard in which they don't even follow the actual rules that they tell everybody that they live by. But yeah, I just personally think that that it's not the worst idea to kind of distance yourself from a lot of people in this media climate. Like I can 100% get behind somebody that chooses to. I'd rather somebody say, "Hey, I'm not talking to anybody," than people saying, "I'm talking to everybody." And then because then you wonder who that everybody is even more than you wonder who the nobody is. You know what I mean? Because then it's like, I mean, what happens behind closed doors is one thing. So like, we don't know who Dr. Disrespect is talking to off camera and all this other stuff, or even this person that you're talking about right here. But like, if they're at least giving off the facade of, "Hey, I don't like to be bothered, don't fuck with me," I find that a little bit more respectable than acting like you're willing to talk to everybody, only talk to a few, and then I fuck around and find out I don't like who you've been talking to at all. Then it's bad for you instead of just not have done anything in the first place, right?
Yeah.
It's just like what they talk about with NBA jerseys and designs and stuff like that, right? If we make the design less appealing and just boring, nobody's gonna like there's less arguments to be had about said design of the helmets. And I mean, if you notice, all NBA jerseys are boring as shit now. They're all really like, it just says like New York on it, or it says like, you know, Lakers across it, or it says just the Mavericks. There's no like you know, picture on it anymore. You remember the dope ass Raptors and like Hornets jerseys and stuff like that back in the day? Like they don't do that stuff anymore because they don't want nobody bitching or saying, "Oh, this is a problem" or "That's a problem." If they make everything plain and boring, then nobody can complain. So I think that's what he's doing personally for himself, is just being plain, boring. Don't holler at me. Don't talk to me. Don't do nothing. You ain't gonna be able to get to me.
Yeah.
So you can't complain.
Yeah. It sounds less crazy with all this extra context put into it. But when I was looking at it earlier, I'll concede the point. But when I was looking at it earlier, I was like, man, this looks very sus. It looks very sus. Sorry, Tae, do you
What's up?
agree with Oshus, Ham, and now me, obviously, because now I agree with them.
About what Ninja was doing, you know, trying to protect himself.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an overcorrection for sure, but I think in this maybe day and age, and he wants to protect his brand, then yeah, you know, go for it. It's I have no complaints with it.
I do agree with you, Loke, on the overcorrection, just like Tae just brought up. Like, I personally think it's weird when you don't feel like it's appropriate for you to talk to people that work under you. Like, that's fucking weird. But like,
when you said the PR person as well, I was like, bro, what?
Yeah, you work with that person. If you don't like something that they do, you have to hit up somebody for them to hit them. Like, that just doesn't, you know. But hey, his business is flowing a lot more than mine. So so I'm not gonna tell him how to run his business. I'm just gonna say it looks kind of weird from the outside.
Fair enough. Who is this pro Jared? Dorian Gray says, I just can't fault the guy for Dr. Disrespect. There's several pro Jareds. Who's pro Jared? Does anyone know who pro Jared is?
I don't even know what that is. Is that a term?
That was like a long. You need to go back in YouTube history. He was one of the first guys.
Give me a 10-second summary. Give me a 10-second summary. What happened?
I don't even know the story, like the full story. I just know that he was involved in some fuckery and some touching of women or girls and stuff.
Oh
back
my!
in the day. Yeah.
All right. So, all right. More or less, we kind of agree on this one. Bit of an overcorrection, but it's 2024, and it's not detrimental to his brand. That's something we can definitely agree on. All right. Let's move on to something a bit weird. It's a bit weird, but it looks like it's trending, and it might be our future, guys. There's an app called Friend. Check out this ad.
Gosh, I'm out of breath. We made it. Woo! know how to woo very good. That's fair. All right.
Hell no.
Let me show you how to game, bro, okay? Oh, come on, come on. Oh, let's go!
Are you serious? Come on, man. I hate this game.
Take notes, baby. Oh, man, you guys suck. Bro, you look like the back.
Let's go. Let's go.
Wait, what did that say?
What? How did you do that? Bro, you look like the back. Oh, man, you guys suck. Bro, you look like...
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go.
There's more.
Dude, what?
It gets worse or better. I don't know.
I know the effects are crazy. It's dank. I could eat one of these every day. Oh. Sorry, I got you messy.
Oh,
It's really nice up here.
no.
How'd you find this place?
I don't
Oh.
know. I just kind of like to come up here to be by myself. I've never brought anybody else. I mean, besides her.
She goes everywhere with you, right?
Oh.
Guess I must be doing something right then.
I guess so. We'll see.
So, gents, when are you guys pre-ordering your friend?
I'm taking a picture of the first motherfucker I catch wearing that. Yeah, look at this person. They done found themselves a friend.
I thought it was a meme when I saw it, but I was like, oh, this is definitely going on the show. This is definitely going on the show.
You might get flagged if you let this repeat.
Oh my god, yeah, yeah. Fuck it.
I don't know, man.
Wait, sorry, wait. This is a game.
No, it's not
No,
a game.
yeah.
This is a friend. This is
like a
your
little
this is your new pal,
gadget.
IA.
If you've
This
ever
is your
seen
new
that
pal.
movie Her, I don't know if you guys have seen that movie Her with Scarlett Johansson. This is
Yeah,
basically
the robot.
the same premise of yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, man. Like I just feel that like I don't think this will take off because of the fact that like stuff like this works in porn more than it does in any other. If you can
What?
find porn applications for something like this, like I mean, this is like if you look at like OnlyFans and you look at like the fact that a lot of the girls are making money there by having parasocial relationships, so to speak, with the fans, and the fans feel like they're being acknowledged or whatnot. I can see that working in a setting like that where there's some sort of manipulation going on, but I don't see a normal person just becoming friend with an app. Like that's just. I don't think people work like that. Like,
Oh, they do. Oh, 100.
like
Yeah,
I'm not
they
friends with
do.
my
They
game. Like,
can. They can
they can,
totally work like
but
that.
like, who's friends with a game that they like? Like, do you talk to it? Like, it's I don't know. It's lost to me. Like the concept is very lost to me.
just watching Oshus's face trying to like make sense of what he just watched is entertaining enough. Like this man is completely like just disheveled. How about
I
like
don't.
like it's like dude does not compute, and I feel him. I'm feeling him on it because it's just like who is this for? And then you find out who it's for, and then you're just like, but why? And then you find out why, and then it just creates more questions. Like all this is just like questions on top of questions on top of questions when I don't think there's an answer for this. I think it just stinks.
The worst one for me was the guys that were playing video games. And then
You're getting thrashed, bro.
You have your friends with you, your actual real friends, and you're sitting there chatting to an algorithm.
And y'all motherfuckers were worried about a connect.
That's true.
Y'all motherfuckers are worried about a connect. But quick
good
to
call.
buy one of these.
Yeah.
While you carry your phone that has a camera on both sides of it.
Oh yeah, the security
Nuts,
concerns
right?
are very real.
This thing can, yes, I worry just about like socially. The only thing that would concern me is a lot of people who don't want to manage, especially parents who don't want to manage relationships, will then buy this as a substitute for the kid to almost like to babysit or to keep the kid busy. And if the kids get acclimated to this in a very young age, it can become a problem because then that's the only sort of friend they sort of get. That to me is problematic if we head to that direction.
You know what it kind of seems like to myself? Like after you bring that up, like there's two things that I'd kind of like. I mean, there's one thing I'd really like, and there's one thing that like is more nefarious and probably more realistic about it. The one thing that I'd like maybe about something like this is having a planner with you at all times. Right? I mean, it's essentially, I assume if you teach it properly, you can have it remind you of things that you need to be doing. Alarms, just that type of stuff, right? You need to be at this meeting. Here's like it sends to your phone, or the script that you got to work on if you're an actor or something like that, right? Like it has all that stuff memorized to where you can actually like find it in your phone quickly, or like find it on your computer quickly, just by having it like AI memorize whatever the stuff that you have it programmed to. But the thing that I'm more worried about, because they advertise it as a friend kind of thing instead of kind of an assistant, I worry more that they're just more or less trying to, indoctrinate in some sort of way how you should be acting, talking, reacting, speaking, just leaving it. I mean, kind of to what I think it was. Maybe it was. I think it was maybe Oshus that said this. Maybe it was Ty. I don't remember. I'm not sure if Ty spoke about it yet. But the whole like friend and that being like your only kind of friend thing, and you kind of learning how to be more of a person without your parents, to me is kind of weird. That whole aspect. Keep in mind, there's still a time period in between, your kid knowing how to read and not knowing how to read, that they'll still have to go through this kind of thing, right? But at the end of the day, it's still on you. I mean, if you let this kid run around with this shit and they end up being a damn fool, it's on you, not on the device. Definitely. But it's kind of weird that it's already trying to be your friend. Why isn't it trying to maybe do something else? And that's where it's kind of weird to me. Because like, is it going to start giving you advice? Like you see what I'm saying? Like things can get weird. Should I holler at this girl sitting across the room and it gives you some advice? This is what you should holler at her by saying. Yo, that thing can get mad creepy. Like, and the girl was like, I was warned by my AI you'd come over here and say this to me.
Oh my god.
like where does it kind of stop? Or like, what's the true purpose of something like this? Because it just seems weird. Yeah, it just seems like that. That's weird, right?
This is very strange. This is very, very strange. Couple of these comments.
I mean, essentially, that's kind of who you're talking to, right? Is those kind of people like your 8-year-old daughter that's wearing one of those around their neck running around is talking to somebody that age that's programmed it, not somebody their own age. They're not reading gibberish that the kid across the street wrote because they think you're cute, right? They're reading some weird stuff that and let's pretend that something nefarious happens where they're saying some weird shit. Or how about this? What happens if there's a fucking serial killer just walking around just fucking getting AI fucking tips on what to do and shit like that? And oh yeah, you're pretty good. You really killed that motherfucker. Like,
Oh my god.
like I'm
Oh
just
my
saying,
god.
like, I'm just saying, like, it's really weird that we're trying to adopt something man-made as a companion to live side by side with.
But we cannot do something. I mean, like when people go to therapy, right? It's because they want to speak to someone, right? If you see how they start say, sorry,
a person.
yeah, but it's I don't think it's about the person, right? Like for example, one of the reasons I watch these videos and they say like some of these guys who are going to brothels or whatever, like it's not just to engage in sexual activity, it's to actually talk to these women and kind of pour out their problems or whatever it is. Now if you can make an app that can do that, I mean they're gonna go to it. It just makes perfect sense because the app doesn't give you stress. It gives you the responses you want. It listens to your problems and it's giving you that feedback. So yeah, 100%. Because there's so many ways we can escape from vices. Right? You can do drugs, you can do alcohol, and you can do games. Like games is another way of doing this. You play a game, now you're Link, and you're saving the world. You're that hero because in the real world you're a loser. So now you're that hero, right? You play Tekken. You're this big, strong guy who's buff. You're taking out everyone. So when you really think about it, how do you replicate that? Well, you can do it with AI. You just make the person feel good, make them feel special, and that's what the AI is doing. And I think, there's a market for this, 100%.
No,
not for me though, not for me clearly, but like for these guys.
You saw in the comment section. There's already people sharing receipts. People have already bought this thing.
Oh, I googled AI girlfriend ones just to see what people are doing, and there's people out there who use this app. Like these apps have thousands of downloads, and they have a subscription model. And listen, I listen. I'm trying to find out what do they like about this, and it kind of comes back to the same thing. They like the idea of being able to talk to somebody who is good looking. People like anime characters. People like characters who look beautiful in games. And if you could have someone like a Stellar Blade, messaging you on your phone saying good morning, hope you have a great day, that's gonna make you feel great. It's gonna make you feel good. And then in the afternoon for lunchtime she says, how was lunch, babes? Like you're gonna that's exactly what these people want.
I'm gonna feel silly.
But is it so hard to find like a hot chick to hook up with?
Yeah, to be real,
Right?
If you want to answer that question, then the answer is absolutely yes. It is, and it's because in my opinion, what is that? Thank you. All right, and in my opinion, it's kind of because of stuff like this.
Yeah, because this is not helping.
No, that's what I mean. Like this stuff. This like in my opinion, this is like the medication that you take after pretending to be the shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you pretend to be the shit on TikTok. You tell everybody you're the shit. Nobody believes you. But you have this person telling you, yes, you are. So it further takes you from reality, in my opinion. Like, is there a market for this? Yeah, there's a market for paper clips too. Like, like there's a market literally for anything. There's a market for used bath water. So it's just like, sure, there's a market for it, but does it make sense? And to me, it kind of doesn't. I mean, in the sense of humanity, it kind of does. Like I said, if it's used as like an assistant, I could see that. That makes sense. Being used as a workout buddy kind of thing, yeah, because that still kind of makes sense. Hey, you got 2 more miles to go, bro. You're almost there. Keep pushing. Something like that isn't crazy. How was your day? Oh, it was okay. What are you drinking tonight? Oh, just some Chardonnay. Oh, I bet that's really good. What the fuck are you guys doing? like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, what, like sure, like I said, sure, there's a market for that, but there's also that person at the winery down there that's sitting by themselves that wouldn't mind your company, but you don't want to try because you already have somebody right here. That's
But you
not
see,
real.
they don't like when I was in Japan, I was doing some walking tours and stuff. I was talking to one of these guys there, and they have this at least they had an issue with dating because I can't remember the term, the way they explain it, but people in that region, they when they're growing up, they formed social groups, and in that social group, that is how you speak and you meet people, right? So that's how you meet your girlfriend, your boyfriend, etc., etc., etc. And what happens is once you kind of grow up and you kind of leave that social group, you don't have the skills to approach maybe a person, a man or a woman. And they're also very, very reserved. That is one of the reasons why they have an abundance of these boyfriend or girlfriend bars, because the men there don't have this experience of having multiple different girlfriends or girlfriends in general. Now, things have gone better with, social media apps like Tinder and Hinge, but there is still that problem there. So when we go talk to people over there, the girls that would always say like, yeah, the guys are very shy and they're very much reserved. That's why they have some of these social anxiety issues there. So if you're someone who lives in that situation and you don't know how to talk to people, I think even some of the stats were saying that like the newer generations are having a hard time approaching women and men. And if these things are true, and then you have an application with an AI app that makes it so much easier, like forget about even the AI app for a second. When we think about Hinge and Tinder, it's it's giving people a wide range of women and men. But if you ask some of these guys, yo, go approach that girl, they don't know how to do it. They know how to text. They know how to engage in this manner. But to walk up to a woman and to flirt and smile and use game, no, their game is messaging apps, emojis and winks and gifs, right? So
Damn.
that's a problem right there already. Now, if you can't even do that, then an AI app is perfect for you because you're getting the good parts, which is that connection with someone without actually having to put in work.
With something, remember?
Yeah, something. Yeah,
Damn.
with something.
That-
But keep in mind, yeah, when you're bored or you're depressed and you're tired or whatever it is, and maybe you're alone, what do you go to? Some people go to their video games. They want to play God of War. They want to play Stellar Blade. These are the things they go to. So now instead of Stellar Blade, well, now you're talking to the AI app girl. What's the difference?
I'll tell you what the difference is. Stellar Blade is not a replacement for human interaction. Like, I still go out and talk to people. I still go to the gym and hang out. Obviously, I do my best to avoid the women because you guys know what the gym is like these days. But I do what I can to engage with real people that you can touch and smell and look at, you know?
But keep
And
in mind, keep in mind, like when I was younger, yeah, I was talking to my cousin. He's much older than me, and he said to me like, I used to play a lot of games like you, and then I found girls. I was thinking, yeah, okay, like. And I think that's the point you're trying to say. Like when you grow up and you have responsibilities and you have friends and you have to do these things and interact with human beings, you're going to ditch these vices, games, or whatever it is. However, if you don't have friends, if you don't have none of these things, how do you get that social interaction? I could see a situation 100% when you're playing Skyrim forever. Sorry, Skyrim, Skyrim AI, and you can talk to these people. You can say things to them, and they can respond back to you. And if you love that world, and that world is amazing, and you ain't got no friends, you could very well make an AI friend in that game. And if that AI is intelligent enough and knows exactly, your problems, your stories, and it has the memory to respond back, oh yeah, how's your sister today? Oh, she getting married. That's gonna be that connection for you. You're gonna feel amazing. You're gonna feel great. It's a sad, lonely area we're going into, and for these people, I think we need to kind of get them out of it. But I can see this being a problem. Now you can't stop it though, because these people are depressed. These people do have problems, and that's just what it is.
To me, it just sounds like a prescription, more or less, for somebody that needs to get back out.
Mhm.
Then it does sound like an actual thing that people just need, right? Like, like for myself, for instance, I wouldn't want something like that for anything but like scheduling, getting things, like in order, kind of things, right? I think that would be really cool for that. I've said that a few times now. But I think if my wife seen me just talking to my AI thing, she'd be like, "What the fuck," right? And maybe it's not for a person like me because I'm married or whatnot. But as for that single person, I just don't really see how this makes you better at all. Or like if you're in one of those situations that you just got done talking about, where you're, living in an area where it's hard to like maybe meet people or talk to new people or whatnot, wouldn't this kind of further get you into the weeds of not really understanding what true interaction is
It doesn't help
versus
you.
artificially intelligent, artificial intelligence telling you,
100%.
maybe it can prepare you. And that's why I say, hey, it's like a prescription, because maybe it can compare you to the way that people are reacting nowadays. And then maybe you can get back out in the real world and get those friends, or, get that kind of like, or, love that you want. But like, I don't know. It to me, it just seems kind of counterproductive to give somebody one of these and expect the best to come out of it if they're depressed and alone.
And I've noticed a lot of people that are interested in this thing. I'm checking their profiles. A lot of them are like product managers, CEOs of companies, or essentially the people that cannot wait to monetize our content, our time, right? Our voices. These are the people that are excited for this. So that's my big takeaway. It's like, bro, I'm not seeing regular people excited.
Well, I'm excited from I love technology, right? So the fact that this is a possibility is interesting me. I think like, for example, could a therapist somehow implement this into a patient to make their life better, to kind of motivate them to do certain things? Maybe, I don't know, right? It just depends how you use it. But the same way I look at you know Nika, the game by Shift Up. I look at Genshin Impact and how all these people love these, waifus, and so just the waifus. They love talking to them. They'll play the games, and the waifus will say stuff to them like "Oni-chan" or whatever it is, and they'll feel good about themselves. Like this is how it is. So if that waifu is talking to you directly, saying, Osho-san, how was your day? Like, you're gonna be, oh, yeah, my day was cool.
No, I don't need it.
Ashes is pretty excited right now.
Yeah.
It's gonna be it's gonna be a different vibe.
But where I see the implementations of this. I don't know if you guys remember that movie from last year with the little doll girl. I can see them putting this into toys, into little kids' toys, like a talking Barbie or talking doll, or like I can see that for me. Like if I was a corporate, if I was Mattel, for instance.
Wow, that sounds legal as hell.
But that's
I,
why
I
you
would,
went to kids, Ham. Remember, your first example was kids,
yeah.
Ham.
Yeah.
And it would
Sounds
work
terrible.
because it will give the kid the feedback that they need. Your doll can now talk to you. And they'll sell it like those little press, like, those TED type of dolls. You press it, it says something. Except this one is actually AI. So it can actually have a back and forth interaction with your kid while you're not there. And
Or even to what you said, like even like some type of virtual nanny, who's babysitting your kid or whatever. Like there's so many things you could do with it. It sounds crazy, but I could definitely see it. I watched this I can't remember the name of the TV show, but it was like this AI robot nanny or whatever it is. But maybe instead of that, it's an Alexa for the house who is an AI, and she knows the family. She knows the problems. She can say, hey, listen, Jack's a bit sick today. I saw him coughing, or I heard him coughing, blah blah blah. Like, this is where technology is going. Scary, but also exciting.
I see nothing exciting there, but you know what? To each his own. That brings us to the end of the show for today. 4 hours and 40 minutes. Oh my God, that was not the plan. That was not the plan.
No. I'm hoping that's not always the plan either.
But
yeah.
But I want us
There'll
to
be a lot of early exits from Ham Solo if there is.
But I want us to stay true to the principles of if we're discussing something and we're chopping it up real deep, then let's go all the way. It was unfortunate Ty was not here, so he kind of participated through the chat. But the discussion earlier on about the whole woke thing and nerdrotic, I'm sure that we're gonna have to discuss them once again soon. So Ty, keep your pencil sharpened.
Oh yeah, man, that whole segment was infuriating. I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
The Sly Crow says, "Good combo, folks. Well done. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We really do appreciate it." To everyone in the chat, Sly Crow, Remake Station, Talos Ray, Dorian Gray, Raichi, the Vic, Big Mad Mo, who else? The AEC Executive Champion, Dave Reezy, who else? Sour Blow came in here with a couple of super chats. The AEC founder Vic, the motherfucking click as well. If I forgot you, if I didn't mention you, apologies. You must have started at 4 a.m. here in Australia. Yeah, we started a while ago. Tell us, Ray. We did start a while ago. Thank you to everyone for coming through. Ty, please plug your stuff. Tell people where they can find you. And tell
You can
us.
find me. You can find me on Tire Talks. Nothing to do with AI, nothing to do with anime, nothing to do with any of the discussions we just had. Primarily just RPG/gaming topics. I'll drop another Mass Effect video hopefully next week, and then I'll probably pivot to something more, maybe like The Witcher or something like that. But we'll see.
All right, cool beans. Oshus, plug.
Okay, so you can find me on South Africa's #1 or biggest Xbox community on Facebook. I am a mod there, and aside from Facebook, I have a presence on Twitter, same name everywhere, same on Instagram and all the other socials.
Quick question: do people ever go at you on that community for like your attack at Xbox?
Yeah, well, it used to happen, not as much, and I'm a little bit more, as a mod, I'm a little bit more responsible with what I say than what I say on Twitter.
Okay.
I have to. I can't I can't be anti-community, so I try as much as possible to
I'm
be
gonna start
positive.
taking your screenshots on Twitter and posting them on your
on Xbox players, they say.
Yeah, because if I was on that community, I'd be like, "Who the hell is this guy? Like, who's this pony? This fraud?
Yeah,
Just
no.
double agent of chaos or whatever the hell it is."
I'm a grown up there. I behave. I
All
try and
right.
be responsible.
Thank you, Oshas. Thank you for giving us the tools to your destruction. Next time you want to shit on Metal Gear, keep in mind, right? Keep
Yeah,
in mind.
you're part of that community, so you could actually do some messed up shit like that there.
That's true. But my Facebook has like 600 notifications. I open it once a year on my birthday. I'm just being
Yeah,
honest.
I feel you.
I'm just being honest. Facebook for me is like I don't even know why it's still there. Anyway, Ham, do you have anything you'd like to plug before we hop on out of here?
Thanks for all the birthday wishes from everybody. I appreciate all that stuff. We'll see you Wednesday. I might
The
have the show
singing as well?
tomorrow. Not sure.
The singing. Did you appreciate the singing as well?
No, not from you or my daughter.
Ushers, you know what this means, right? Next year, let's set something up next year, Ushers. Let's get
We're
like
gonna-
everyone from the community. Like
Yeah.
get fucking K Mega, we'll get Lemon, everyone. Be like
We'll do it.
20 of us in the chat just singing horribly, just terribly off note, off key, just nails on a chalkboard on Ham's birthday next year. That's what we're doing. And
Let's do
obviously he won't remember, right? But it'll be fun. Appreciate you, Talis Ray. Have a great birthday, Ham. From Talis Ray.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for watching, everyone. Happy birthday to the man Ham Solo, my brother in gaming. I know I said it at the beginning of the show, but I'll say it again from the bottom of my heart. I do really, really love you. And I hope, I wish all the best for you and for everyone and everything that you care and love.
Thank you, brother.
And to everyone in the chat, for everyone here in the chat, for our guests as well, Tai, thank you so much for sticking with TSWS Gaming. We will see you on Wednesday for the lowdown and Friday as well for bull setting. The videos are already scheduled on our YouTube page, so make sure to click on the notification bell so you can come in nice and early. And on that note, goodbye.